Your life will always rise to the level of the standards you set. When you raise your standards, you raise the quality of your choices and your future. Low standards keep you stuck in patterns that drain your energy and limit your growth. Higher standards open the door to respect, progress, and real happiness. The life you want will not come to meet you where you are. You must step up, set new expectations, and become the person who attracts that life. Today we will talk about how to raise your standards and attract a better life. Most people settle for less because they believe that is all they can have. The truth is, your standards create the direction of your life. They shape the way you work, the way you love, and the way you treat yourself. Raising your standards means saying no to what holds you back and yes to what builds you stronger. It means demanding more from yourself and from the world around you. If you're ready to raise your standards and attract a better life, then let's dive in. Number 1. Decide what you truly deserve and never settle. Most people spend years of their life accepting less than what they truly want because they are afraid of asking more from themselves and from the world. They feel trapped in jobs that drain their spirit, relationships that lower their worth, and routines that keep them small. They wake up each morning with a quiet frustration in their chest, knowing they are living below their potential. This is one of the most painful feelings a person can carry, because deep inside we all know we are capable of more. You must decide today that you will no longer accept less than what you truly deserve. This is not about arrogance. It is about honesty. It is about recognizing that your life is shaped by what you tolerate. The moment you draw the line and say, "Never again will I settle for less," that is the moment you start changing everything. The truth is that settling feels safe because it is familiar. It does not challenge you to step higher or to demand more. But safety without growth quickly becomes a prison. Think about the times when you agreed to something that you knew was beneath your worth. Maybe you stayed in a relationship where you were not valued. Maybe you accepted a job that paid you less than you needed. Maybe you let friends treat you in ways that drained your energy. At first it seemed easier to accept it than to fight for more, but over time that choice carved a painful story inside you. Every time you settle, you tell yourself that you are not worth more. That message grows until it shapes your identity. And once your identity believes you are someone who accepts less, your entire life follows that pattern. You must break that cycle with a decision. You must say to yourself that from this day forward, I will no longer live in mediocrity. I will no longer accept disrespect. I will no longer pretend that I am satisfied with scraps when I deserve the full table. That decision will be uncomfortable because it requires courage. But courage is the doorway to a better life. People often wait until circumstances force them to change. They wait for the relationship to collapse or the job to become unbearable. But you do not need to wait until life pushes you to the edge. You can decide on your own terms. That is the highest form of freedom. Now understand this truth. You do not get what you wish for. You get what you demand of yourself. If you demand little, you will receive little. If you demand respect, growth, and excellence, your life will slowly rise to meet those standards. This is not just positive thinking. This is the reality of human behavior. People treat you according to what you allow. Opportunities come to those who prepare and who set clear standards. Success flows to people who refuse to settle for less. You cannot expect others to raise your standards for you. That is your responsibility. You must decide what you are worth and live by it daily. This decision requires clarity. Ask yourself, what do I truly deserve in life? Not what feels comfortable, not what others tell me is enough. What do I truly deserve as a human being who wants to grow, succeed, and live fully? Write it down in specific terms. Do you deserve a healthy body filled with energy? Do you deserve relationships built on respect and love? Do you deserve financial freedom that allows you to choose your path? Do you deserve meaningful work that excites you? Decide it clearly. Clarity creates power. Without clarity, you drift. With clarity, you take control. Once you decide what you deserve, you must protect that decision every day. It will not be easy because people around you may not understand. Some may even resist. When you decide to raise your standards, you highlight their choice to stay low. That makes them uncomfortable. But remember, this is your life. You are not here to satisfy the comfort of others. You are here to live your fullest truth. There will be days when you doubt yourself. There will be days when the old voice says, maybe I should settle again. That is the moment you must stand firm. That is the test. Each time you refuse to lower your standards, you grow stronger. Think of your life as a garden. If you allow weeds to grow, they will take over. If you only plant cheap seeds, you will not harvest quality fruit. The same is true with your standards. Every low-quality decision becomes a weed that multiplies. Every time you accept less, you invite more of it into your life. But when you raise your standards and protect them, you plant seeds of excellence. Those seeds grow into habits, relationships, and opportunities that change your entire future. Your life becomes a reflection of the seeds you plant through your standards. There is power in the words you use with yourself. When you say, I deserve better, you ignite a fire inside. That fire pushes you to walk differently, talk differently, and act differently. People notice it. They feel the shift. When you walk into a room with the quiet certainty that you deserve respect, others respond with respect. When you approach work with the conviction that you deserve success, opportunities begin to open. The world reflects your standards back to you. But it only begins when you decide. The decision is the key that unlocks the door. Some people think raising standards is selfish, but it is the opposite. When you live below your worth, you rob the world of your full potential. You bring less energy to your family, less focus to your work, less inspiration to your friends. When you raise your standards, you give more. You show others what is possible. You inspire them to raise their own. Your life becomes an example instead of a warning. That is the greatest gift you can give. By deciding what you deserve and refusing to settle, you not only change your life, but you create a ripple that changes others. Many will ask, how do I start? The answer is simple but powerful. Start with one area of your life where you know you are settling. Maybe it is your health, maybe it is your finances, maybe it is your relationships. Decide right now that you will no longer accept less in that area. Write down your new standard. For example, I will no longer eat food that destroys my energy. I will no longer allow people to speak to me with disrespect. I will no longer procrastinate on goals that matter. Be specific, then commit to living it today. Not tomorrow, not next week. Today. Action is proof of your decision. Without action, standards are only words. When you take this step, you may feel fear. That is natural. Fear is the signal that you are stepping outside your old comfort zone. But you must not let fear pull you back. Fear is temporary, but regret is permanent. Imagine yourself 5 years from now. If you continue to settle, what will your life look like? How will you feel when you wake up each morning, knowing you gave in again and again? That picture should scare you more than the fear of change. Use that vision as fuel to hold your new standard. At the same time, imagine the opposite. Picture yourself 5 years from now after raising your standards and living by them daily. See yourself standing taller, speaking with confidence, living in environments that match your worth. Feel the pride in your chest as you look back and say, I did not settle, I demanded more and I became more. That picture is real if you choose it. Every great success story begins with that simple but powerful decision: never settle. Once you understand this, you will see that raising your standards is not a one-time event. It is a lifestyle. You decide once, but then you reaffirm it every day through your choices. Each meal, each conversation, each task at work becomes a chance to prove your standard. Over time, these small decisions compound into transformation. You look back after a year and realize you are no longer the same person. You no longer think small. You no longer act small. You have created a higher version of yourself. That is the reward of refusing to settle. Some people will say it sounds difficult, and yes, it is. But so is living a life of regret. So is waking up each day with the heavy weight of knowing you are not living your best. You must choose your difficulty. One difficulty leads to pride and freedom. The other leads to frustration and bitterness. When you see it that way, the choice becomes clear. It is better to face the difficulty of raising your standards than the misery of lowering your life. You may think, but what if I fail? What if I raise my standards and fall short? Understand this truth: failure is not the enemy. Settling is the enemy. When you raise your standards and aim high, even if you fall short, you grow stronger. You learn. You improve. But when you settle, there is no growth. There is only slow decline. So choose the path that stretches you. Choose the path that keeps you alive inside. Remember, your standards are the invisible rules you set for your life. They determine how you eat, how you speak, how you spend your time, how you treat others, how you allow others to treat you. If those rules are low, your life will be low. If those rules are high, your life will be high. Do not wait for someone else to raise them for you. Decide today what you truly deserve and never settle again. Number 2. Eliminate habits that keep you stuck in mediocrity. Most people do not fail in life because they lack talent or opportunities. They fail because they hold on to habits that quietly steal their time, energy, and potential. Habits are the invisible forces that shape the quality of your life. They guide your choices without you even thinking. When your habits are small, your results will be small. When your habits are poor, your life will slowly sink into mediocrity. This is why so many people wake up each morning with frustration. They know they want more, yet they continue to repeat the same patterns that hold them back. You cannot rise higher while dragging along habits that weigh you down. You must make the decision to eliminate them. Think about how much of your day is guided by routine. The way you wake up, the way you eat, the way you spend your free time, the way you handle stress, all of it is habit. Most people never stop to ask whether those habits are serving them or destroying them. They just repeat the same cycles because it feels easier. Mediocrity thrives in comfort. Comfort comes from repetition, but repetition without growth leads to stagnation. If you want to escape mediocrity, you must first see it for what it is. It is not one big failure. It is the result of many small choices repeated over and over until they become your life. There are habits that seem harmless, but slowly poison your progress. Procrastination is one of them. Every time you delay action, you trade growth for temporary comfort. That trade feels small in the moment, but over years it becomes devastating. Scrolling on your phone for hours, sleeping late without purpose, gossiping instead of learning, eating food that drains your energy. All of these seem small, but they build a pattern of mediocrity. You cannot expect excellence while practicing behaviors that weaken your mind and body. Your standards will always match your habits. If you live with average habits, you will live with average results. The first step is awareness. You must become honest about your patterns. Look at how you spend your mornings. Look at what you do with your evenings. Look at how often you waste time on things that give you no return. Write them down. Many people avoid this because it forces them to face the truth. But until you face the truth, you cannot change it. You cannot eliminate what you refuse to acknowledge. Mediocrity survives in denial. Growth begins with awareness. Once you see the habits clearly, you can begin the process of breaking them. Elimination is not about perfection. It is about progress. You do not need to destroy every bad habit overnight. That only leads to overwhelm and failure. You need to start by removing the one that holds you back the most. If procrastination is killing your goals, begin there. If negative self-talk is stopping your confidence, begin there. If unhealthy food is draining your energy, begin there. Focus on one major habit and commit to replacing it with a stronger one. The key is replacement. A bad habit cannot survive when a powerful new habit takes its place. If you remove wasted hours of scrolling, replace it with reading, planning, or exercise. If you remove negative talk, replace it with affirmations of worth. Your brain needs something to fill the space. Choose wisely. The reason many people stay stuck in mediocrity is because they underestimate the power of daily repetition. They think success comes from one big breakthrough. In reality, success comes from what you do consistently, not what you do occasionally. The habit of waking up with intention builds discipline. The habit of reading a few pages daily builds knowledge. The habit of saving money every week builds freedom. The habit of exercising regularly builds energy. These habits may seem small, but when repeated they transform everything. On the other hand, the habit of wasting evenings, avoiding effort, and ignoring growth will guarantee a life of mediocrity. Your future is written in your daily routine. You must also understand that mediocrity has allies. The biggest ally of mediocrity is comfort. Comfort tells you that tomorrow is a better day to start. Comfort tells you that small habits do not matter. Comfort tells you that you are doing enough when deep down you know you are not. To break free, you must learn to challenge comfort. You must step into discomfort willingly. Every time you choose discomfort, you weaken mediocrity. Every time you choose comfort, you strengthen it. Your habits reflect which one you feed more. It is not only about physical habits. Mental habits matter as much. The habit of complaining keeps you blind to opportunities. The habit of blaming others makes you powerless. The habit of comparing yourself lowers your confidence. These are habits of thought that keep you trapped. To eliminate them, you must replace them with better ones. Gratitude instead of complaining. Responsibility instead of blame. Self-focus instead of comparison. These mental habits may seem invisible, but they shape your actions and your entire life. Mediocrity often begins in the mind long before it shows in your behavior. Another dangerous habit is surrounding yourself with low standards. If your friends waste their time, you will waste yours. If they settle, you will settle. If they gossip, you will gossip. People influence your habits without you even realizing it. That is why eliminating mediocrity also means eliminating environments that feed it. You cannot expect growth in a circle that loves mediocrity. Choose people who challenge you to rise higher. Their habits will inspire yours. Breaking old habits is not easy. They have been built through years of repetition, but difficulty is not an excuse. It is the price of growth. Every time you resist a destructive habit, you build inner strength. That strength compounds just like the habit did. Soon, the new habit feels natural. Soon, excellence feels normal. The discomfort of elimination is temporary, but the reward is permanent. You must keep that in mind when temptation whispers for you to return. One way to stay strong is to measure progress. Keep a simple record of your habits. Track the days you succeed and the days you slip. This creates accountability. It turns vague goals into clear evidence. When you see your progress, you feel motivated to continue. When you see your failures, you feel challenged to improve. Do not run from measurement. Embrace it. It is the mirror that keeps you honest. Remember this truth: mediocrity is not a sudden event. It is the result of thousands of small choices. Excellence is also not a sudden event. It is the result of thousands of small choices. Both are built the same way. The question is, which direction are your habits leading you? If you continue as you are, where will you be in 5 years? If you replace your weak habits with strong ones, where could you be in 5 years? That picture should drive you every day. There will be people who tell you it is fine to relax. It is fine to waste time. It is fine to settle into comfort. These are the voices of mediocrity. Do not listen. They speak from their own limitations, not your potential. You must protect your mind from their influence. Stay focused on your vision. Every time you say no to a destructive habit, you say yes to your future. Every time you choose discipline, you choose freedom. Every time you eliminate mediocrity, you attract excellence. Number 3, surround yourself with people who demand your best. Most people do not fail because they lack ability. They fail because they are surrounded by people who lower their energy and limit their potential. The truth is harsh. If the people around you accept mediocrity, it becomes difficult to rise above it. You may feel motivated at first, but slowly their standards shape yours. Human beings are social creatures. We mirror the habits, attitudes, and expectations of those closest to us. If you spend time with people who complain, blame, and settle, you will find yourself slipping into the same patterns. It happens quietly, almost without notice. One day you realize that your goals, your energy, and even your confidence have shrunk to match the average of your circle. Many people ignore the influence of their environment because they value familiarity over growth. Friends, colleagues, and family can be loving and supportive, but that support does not always push you to be better. Love alone cannot drive achievement to rise. You must be around people who expect excellence, who call out your weaknesses, and who challenge you to act beyond your comfort. These are the people who will make you uncomfortable in the right way. They will not allow excuses. They will not accept laziness. They will demand your best because they see the potential you sometimes refuse to see in yourself. It starts with awareness. Examine the people you spend the most time with. Do they inspire you or drain you? Do they push you forward or hold you back? Do their words encourage effort or justify stagnation? Most people overestimate the strength of their own will and underestimate the influence of others. The company you keep either fuels your growth or feeds your weaknesses. You cannot separate your life from the people you surround yourself with. Your network sets the tone for your habits, your mindset, and your achievements. Surrounding yourself with high standards requires courage. Some people may resist your change because it highlights their own limitations. You may feel guilty stepping away from comfort, but growth requires discomfort. You cannot rise while holding hands with people who are comfortable with mediocrity. Excellence is not about abandoning relationships. It is about choosing connections that reflect and inspire your highest self. Seek those who are committed, disciplined, and ambitious. These people do not simply applaud your efforts. They push you beyond what you think is possible. One of the most important truths about success is that it is contagious. Excellence spreads through contact. If you spend hours with someone who works hard, reads constantly, and sets goals relentlessly, you will absorb some of that energy. Likewise, laziness spreads. Complaints become habits. Excuses become a lifestyle. Your results are rarely an accident. They are the reflection of the expectations and standards of those you spend the most time with. Surrounding yourself with the right people is not optional. It is a requirement for anyone serious about rising to their potential. To surround yourself with people who demand your best, start by evaluating your current connections. Make a list of people who inspire effort, challenge your thinking, and encourage discipline. Then make a list of people who drag you down or normalize low standards. Be honest with yourself. Most people are too polite to recognize the cost of weak connections. Once you see the difference clearly, begin to shift your focus. Spend more time with those who elevate you. Reduce exposure to those who hold you back. This is not about rejection, it is about intentionality. Your life is too valuable to leave your circle to chance. When you align with people who demand your best, you will notice immediate changes in yourself. You will begin to think differently. You will notice habits forming naturally, because you are absorbing their energy. Conversations will challenge your assumptions. Actions will follow intentions. Motivation becomes consistent instead of fleeting. Your confidence grows because you are reflecting standards that are higher than the ones you carried alone. Growth accelerates when your environment is designed for it. Some will resist this change. They will call it arrogance or betrayal. They will tell you that you are being too selective. That is the voice of fear. Do not listen. There is a difference between abandoning people and choosing your future. Your responsibility is to yourself first. You are not responsible for the choices of others, but you are responsible for the standards you live by. Every time you compromise by staying in a circle that limits you, you slow your own growth. The cost of comfort is high. The reward of alignment is priceless. Another reality is that demanding relationships are sometimes uncomfortable. People who push you challenge your excuses, confront your weaknesses, and call out inconsistency. At first, this may feel harsh. It may feel like criticism. But understand that true growth cannot come from affirmation alone. It comes from challenge. People who demand your best are not your enemies. They are mirrors. They show you where you are holding back. They remind you of your potential when your own doubt clouds your vision. They force you to step up when laziness whispers. You must also consider mentorship. Surrounding yourself with people who demand your best does not only mean peers. It means mentors, coaches, and role models who have achieved what you aim to achieve. Mentorship provides clarity, guidance, and standards that are beyond your current experience. Mentors teach through example and expectation. They make you uncomfortable in the best way. They do not allow excuses. They highlight weaknesses and celebrate strengths. Their influence accelerates your learning and sharpens your focus. It is important to recognize that quality relationships require giving back. Surrounding yourself with high performers is not about taking, it is about contribution. Be someone who also pushes others to rise. Excellence is contagious both ways. By lifting others, you strengthen the standard of your circle. This creates a community of accountability, ambition, and focus. Mediocrity cannot survive in such an environment. The energy of a group committed to growth multiplies the impact of every individual. Commit to small changes first. Spend an hour with someone who inspires you. Read books recommended by mentors. Attend events that attract ambitious people. Observe how these individuals think, speak, and act. Begin to emulate their discipline. Your habits will shift naturally when your environment is supportive of growth. Then gradually expand your exposure to people and experiences that stretch you. Avoid wasting energy on those who drain your motivation. Your time is too valuable to invest in anything less than relationships that reflect your highest standards. You must guard your inner circle vigilantly. Just as weeds can take over a garden, low standards can take over your life if you are not careful. Even one toxic influence can undermine your efforts. This does not mean you cut everyone who does not challenge you. It means you are intentional about the people who shape your decisions, energy and vision. Protect your time, protect your mind, protect your growth. Your life depends on the quality of the people you allow close. When you surround yourself with people who demand your best, you create a natural accountability system. You no longer rely on self-discipline alone. You are supported by an invisible force of expectation and challenge. You feel inspired to rise because the environment around you leaves no room for excuses. Your energy shifts, your confidence grows, your focus sharpens. Every day becomes an opportunity to reflect the standards of the circle you belong to. Understand that this is not about instant results. Transformation takes time. You will face resistance. Old habits will fight back. You will encounter discomfort. But every day you persist, your life begins to reflect higher standards. Your ambitions will feel natural. Your confidence will rise. Your decisions will align with growth instead of comfort. The people you surround yourself with act as both catalysts and mirrors. Their influence is constant, shaping the trajectory of your life without pause. Your future is written in the people around you. If you want better results, better opportunities, and better growth, your circle must reflect it. Mediocrity cannot survive where excellence is the standard. You cannot outsource responsibility for your standards, but you can choose a circle that strengthens them. Surround yourself with people who expect your best, challenge your weaknesses, and inspire your highest potential. This choice is not optional for anyone serious about living a life of growth, achievement, and impact. Number 4. Set clear boundaries to protect your energy daily. Most people do not realize how much of their life is spent giving away energy to things that do not serve them. They wake up tired, drained, and overwhelmed because they have allowed others to cross limits without protest. Energy is the foundation of everything you accomplish. When your energy is mismanaged, your focus fades, your motivation declines, and your results shrink. Many people feel guilty when they say no or set limits. They fear rejection or conflict. But the truth is, without boundaries, your potential is constantly stolen. Every interruption, every demand, and every unnecessary obligation chips away at your capacity to succeed. Setting boundaries is not selfish, it is survival. Daily life is full of invisible drains, constant notifications on your phone, unproductive meetings, negative conversations, and unresolved conflicts all consume energy quietly. Most people accept these drains because they have never been taught the value of saying no. They believe that being available at all times is a sign of loyalty or kindness. In reality, it is a form of self-sabotage. You cannot pour from an empty cup. If your energy is spread thin across unimportant priorities, you have little left for the work, relationships, and growth that truly matter. Protecting your energy is essential to living a life of purpose and achievement. The first step is awareness. Begin by observing where your energy goes each day. Notice how you feel after conversations, activities, and tasks. Some interactions leave you energized, while others leave you frustrated or drained. Identify the sources of unnecessary depletion. Once you see clearly, you can take action. Most people never look at these patterns because it requires honesty and courage. Energy drains are subtle and habitual. You must be intentional to spot them. Understanding how your energy is spent gives you the power to redirect it toward what truly serves your growth. Boundaries start with clarity about your priorities. When you know what matters most, it becomes easier to decide what deserves your energy. Without clarity, you react to demands as they come, often pleasing others while ignoring your own needs. When you are clear about your goals, your health, and your relationships, you gain a framework for saying no. Saying no is not a rejection of others. It is a protection of your purpose. Boundaries are not meant to isolate you, but to create space for what is valuable. Each boundary you set is a declaration that your energy is precious and must be invested wisely. Many people struggle with boundaries because they fear conflict. They worry about hurting feelings or being misunderstood. The reality is, not everyone will like your limits. That is normal. You cannot control how others respond. What you can control is your commitment to protecting your energy. The discomfort of setting a boundary is temporary. The benefit of preserved energy is long-lasting. When you consistently protect your time and focus, you operate at a higher level. You think clearer, act faster, and produce better results. Your life becomes a reflection of intentional choices instead of constant exhaustion. Boundaries are both physical and emotional. Physical boundaries include the way you manage your time, space, and commitments. Emotional boundaries include how much you allow others' opinions, moods, or demands to affect you. Many people allow emotional drains to go unnoticed. They carry the weight of negativity, gossip, or unnecessary criticism. Emotional boundaries protect your inner peace. Physical boundaries protect your productivity. Both are necessary for a balanced, high-performing life. Without them, energy leaks slowly and relentlessly until you feel trapped in constant fatigue. Creating boundaries is not a one-time act. It is a daily practice. Each morning, you choose how you will protect your energy. You decide which tasks to accept, which conversations to engage in, and which distractions to ignore. You must be vigilant because energy thieves are everywhere. It could be a coworker who repeatedly interrupts, a friend who constantly complains, or a habit that wastes your focus. Boundaries are the filter between what matters and what drains. They allow you to give fully to what deserves your effort without losing yourself along the way. A powerful method to set boundaries is to communicate clearly and directly. Do not hint or hope people will understand. Be concise about what is acceptable and what is not. People respect honesty. When you communicate boundaries calmly and confidently, you reduce misunderstandings and minimize conflict. Most people respond positively when they see that your limits are not arbitrary but rooted in purpose. Your energy is your responsibility. Clear communication ensures that others know where you stand and what you will and will not tolerate. Boundaries also require consistency. Saying no once is easy. Saying no repeatedly to demands that drain you is harder. Many people give up because they fear confrontation or want to be liked. Consistency is what turns boundaries into habits. Over time, people learn to respect your limits because they see you enforce them without exception. Your energy becomes protected automatically. You stop reacting impulsively and start acting intentionally. Your life begins to reflect your priorities instead of the needs of everyone else. Setting boundaries will challenge relationships that are built on convenience rather than respect. Some people may resist, some may test your limits. That is normal. Boundaries reveal the true nature of relationships. If a connection is healthy, it will adjust. If it is draining, it may fade away. This process is necessary to create space for growth and positive influence. Your energy must be surrounded by support, not sabotage. The people and commitments in your life should lift you, not weigh you down. Boundaries create that protective framework. Energy protection is closely linked to decision-making. Every choice you make either strengthens or drains your life force. When you learn to evaluate decisions based on how they impact your energy, you naturally prioritize growth and focus. Small decisions, like turning off notifications, limiting meetings, or leaving conversations that lower your value, accumulate into significant impact. Your attention and energy are currency. Spend them wisely. The quality of your life is a direct reflection of how well you manage this resource. It is essential to recognize that boundaries are an act of self-respect. They teach you and others that your life is valuable. People who respect themselves naturally demand respect from others. By protecting your energy, you cultivate confidence, clarity, and strength. When you respect your own limits, you model high standards. Your choices inspire others to do the same. Boundaries are not a limitation, they are the structure within which freedom, focus, and achievement can flourish. Boundaries also improve focus. When you remove distractions, interruptions, and unnecessary obligations, your mind becomes sharper. You can dedicate more time to learning, creating, and pursuing goals. Your mental clarity increases. Your productivity rises. Your stress decreases. Life feels lighter because you no longer carry the weight of unnecessary demands. Boundaries transform your environment into one that supports rather than drains, giving you the freedom to operate at your highest level every single day. A crucial aspect of boundaries is protecting emotional energy from negativity. Negative people, toxic conversations, and unresolved tension act like invisible drains on your spirit. Many people try to endure these drains, thinking they must tolerate everything. This creates slow fatigue and frustration. Instead, set limits on how much exposure you allow. Step away from situations or discussions that lower your energy. Your mood, focus, and motivation are too valuable to compromise. Emotional boundaries are as critical as physical ones for maintaining balance and high performance. Boundaries are also about saying yes selectively. When you protect your energy, you free yourself to commit fully to what matters. You say yes to opportunities that align with your goals, yes to relationships that inspire growth, and yes to actions that elevate your life. Saying no to what drains you allows your energy to flow to what produces results. Every no is a yes to yourself and your future. When you make these choices consistently, you create momentum. Your days become intentional, powerful, and aligned with your highest priorities. You must understand that boundary setting is a skill that grows with practice. At first, it may feel awkward or uncomfortable. You may worry about how others perceive you. You may feel guilt or hesitation. These feelings are normal. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes. Eventually, you will set limits without fear, protect your energy without apology, and operate with clarity without hesitation. Boundaries will no longer be a choice, they will be your standard. Energy is the foundation of personal power. Without it, goals, relationships, and success all suffer. Every boundary you set reinforces your power and strengthens your capacity to achieve. Daily vigilance over your energy creates resilience, focus, and consistency. You begin to operate at a level most people cannot sustain because you have learned to protect what is most valuable. Boundaries transform your life from chaos to clarity, from fatigue to focus, and from reaction to intentional action. Number 5. Speak only words that reflect confidence and self-respect. Most people do not realize how much their words shape their reality. Every sentence you speak either elevates your value or diminishes it. Many speak without thought, repeating doubts, fears, and excuses. They complain about their life, criticize themselves, or apologize for existing. Over time, those words shape the way they see themselves and the way others respond to them. Words are not just sounds. They are signals to the world about how you perceive your worth. If you speak with doubt and weakness, people will treat you accordingly. If you speak with confidence and respect for yourself, people will rise to match your tone. The first step is awareness. Listen to the language you use daily. Notice how often you say, "I cannot," "I am not good enough," or "I will try." Notice how often you put yourself down or justify your choices unnecessarily. Most people do this without realizing it because it has become a habit. Habits of speech are powerful because they affect your thoughts, actions, and results. Words that diminish your value quietly reinforce mediocrity. They lower your energy, your confidence, and your influence. The truth is, every word has weight. Every word either builds your life or erodes it. Speaking with confidence starts with self-respect. If you do not believe in your value, it shows in your voice. It shows in your hesitation, in your over-explaining, and in your need for approval. People sense insecurity even when you try to hide it. Self-respect is the foundation for every powerful word. When you value yourself, your language changes naturally. You no longer make excuses. You no longer seek validation. You communicate clearly, calmly, and firmly. Others begin to listen, trust, and respect you because they see that you respect yourself first. Confidence in speech is built by choosing words carefully. Avoid phrases that weaken your position or reveal doubt. Replace "I think" with "I know," "I hope" with "I will," and "maybe" with "I choose." Small changes in language produce massive changes over time. They shift your mindset, your perception of reality, and the perception others have of you. The way you speak shapes how you carry yourself. Words are the first step to action. Strong words lead to strong decisions, and strong decisions lead to strong results. The person who speaks with clarity and confidence begins to attract opportunities naturally. Many people speak without thought because they are reacting instead of responding. They are caught in emotion, fear, or habit. They argue when unnecessary, complain when frustrated, and doubt when uncertain. This creates a cycle where their words lower their energy and weaken their influence. To break this pattern, you must pause before speaking. Take a moment to consider the impact of your words. Ask yourself if what you are about to say reflects your best self or diminishes it. Speaking intentionally gives you control over how others perceive you and how you perceive yourself. Positive and confident speech also involves avoiding gossip, criticism, and negativity. People who speak poorly about others lower their own credibility. Complaining and criticizing may feel satisfying in the moment, but it builds distrust and diminishes your influence. Speaking with respect for yourself and others builds trust, loyalty, and authority. People naturally gravitate toward those who uplift rather than tear down. Your words become a reflection of your character. If you want to attract respect, success, and opportunity, your words must consistently signal self-respect and confidence. It is also essential to speak with precision. Avoid over-explaining, over-apologizing, or rambling. People listen when you speak clearly and decisively. Clarity communicates authority. Hesitation communicates doubt. Confidence is heard before it is seen. Every word you choose matters. The sentences you form shape the perception of your competence, your reliability, and your value. Practicing precise and purposeful speech develops an inner habit of self-assurance that affects every interaction. Many people underestimate the power of affirmations in daily speech. Speaking positively about yourself and your goals creates belief and momentum. Say, "I am capable," "I am growing," "I am in control." Repeat these truths consistently. Your subconscious mind begins to internalize them. Your behavior starts to match your words. Speaking with confidence is both external and internal. What you say out loud must reflect what you believe inside. Over time, repeated positive and confident language rewires your mind to see possibilities instead of limitations. Another aspect of confident speech is tone and delivery. Words alone are not enough. The way you say them communicates as much as the words themselves. Speak slowly, clearly, and deliberately. Avoid apologetic tones when asserting your ideas. Stand or sit with posture that matches your voice. Your physical presence reinforces your verbal confidence. People respond to both what you say and how you say it. A confident voice creates authority, influence, and presence. When combined with self-respecting words, it becomes a powerful force that opens doors and commands attention. Eliminating self-deprecating language is critical. Phrases like, "I am not sure," "I do not know," or "I am just a beginner" communicate low value. Instead, say, "I am learning," "I will figure this out," "I am improving." Replace doubt with curiosity and determination. Every time you shift your words, you shift your mindset. Your mind becomes stronger, and your confidence grows. Words are the bridge between thought and action. Speaking with respect for yourself generates actions that reinforce growth, achievement, and influence. Confident speech also influences relationships. People are drawn to those who speak with self-assurance. Leaders, colleagues, and friends respect clarity and decisiveness. When your words communicate value, others respond in kind. You attract partnerships, opportunities, and connections that match your level of self-respect. Conversely, when you speak with doubt, fear, or apology, people unconsciously lower their expectations of you. Speaking well is not just about communication. It is about setting standards for how others treat you. Developing this habit requires discipline and practice. You must monitor your speech daily. Catch yourself when you fall into old patterns. Replace negative or weak words immediately with ones that reflect your confidence and self-respect. This requires focus and honesty. Many people fail because they underestimate the impact of habitual language. Small, consistent improvements compound into a life where your words consistently reinforce your worth and potential. Your reputation, influence, and opportunities rise as a direct result. You must also align your thoughts with your words. You cannot speak with confidence while harboring doubt. Internal dialogue matters. Thoughts that diminish your value will leak into your speech. Train your mind to think with clarity, purpose, and self-respect. Every time you notice a negative thought, replace it with a constructive, empowering statement. Speaking words of confidence becomes effortless when your inner dialogue matches the external language. Your words reflect your inner state. Strengthen the inside, and your speech naturally follows. Speaking with self-respect extends to daily interactions in all areas of life. At work, express your ideas clearly and assertively. In personal relationships, communicate needs and boundaries firmly but respectfully. In casual conversations, avoid gossip and complaining. Every exchange is an opportunity to practice speaking with confidence. Over time, it becomes a natural part of who you are. People notice the difference. Your influence grows. Your energy increases. Your life shifts because the words you speak now demand excellence and respect. Silence is also a tool in confident speech. Choosing not to speak in unproductive situations is powerful. Many people weaken themselves by reacting to everything. Learning when to remain silent preserves energy and maintains authority. Silence allows you to choose your words carefully. It shows control and self-respect. When you speak after thoughtful consideration, your words carry more weight. Confidence is as much about knowing when to speak as it is about what you say. Finally, understand that speaking words that reflect confidence and self-respect is a lifelong commitment. It requires continuous awareness, practice, and refinement. Old habits will try to return. Doubt will occasionally creep in, but the consistent choice to speak intentionally reshapes your reality. Your confidence grows. Your relationships improve. Your opportunity expand. Your life begins to reflect the respect you give to yourself through your words. Every conversation becomes a step toward the highest version of yourself. Number 6. Create a vision of the life you deserve. Most people drift through life without a clear picture of what they truly want. They follow routines, obligations, and expectations without stopping to ask themselves what would make life meaningful. They wait for opportunity to arrive, hoping circumstances will change, but change rarely comes by accident. A life without vision is a life controlled by chance. Without a clear picture of the life you deserve, you cannot make intentional decisions, you cannot measure progress, and you cannot align your actions with your highest potential. Vision is the foundation of every achievement. Without it, effort is scattered, and results are inconsistent. Creating a vision begins with self-reflection. Take time to understand your desires, your values, and your potential. Ask yourself, what kind of life excites you? What kind of work brings satisfaction? What kind of relationships nourish you? Many people avoid these questions because they fear they cannot achieve the answers they want. Fear limits imagination. Vision requires courage. You must allow yourself to dream honestly, without restriction or apology. Your vision is not for others. It is for you. It must reflect your highest standards, not what society or other people expect. A clear vision is detailed and specific. General ideas like "I want to be happy" or "I want to be successful" are not enough. These are vague concepts that leave your mind wandering. The brain responds to details. The more concrete your vision, the easier it is to make decisions that align with it. Write down your vision in explicit terms. Describe your lifestyle, your health, your relationships, your work, and your daily habits. The act of putting your vision into words crystallizes it in your mind. It transforms a wish into a target you can actively pursue. Vision also connects to emotion. It must feel real in your heart, as well as your mind. Imagine waking up each day living the life you desire. Notice how it feels. Notice the energy in your body, the excitement in your thoughts, and the confidence in your actions. Emotions are a powerful motivator. When your vision is tied to deep feelings of purpose and joy, it compels action. You are no longer waiting for life to happen. You are intentionally shaping every choice to reflect that vision. Motivation becomes consistent when desire is rooted in both clarity and emotion. One of the most overlooked parts of vision creation is alignment with values. Many people chase goals that do not match who they truly are. They seek approval, wealth, or status without considering fulfillment, integrity, or health. A vision that ignores values is a hollow pursuit. True vision integrates what matters most to you at a core level. It answers the question, what kind of person do I want to become while living this life? Every action, every decision, and every habit must support both the life you desire and the person you want to be. Alignment is what transforms dreams into sustainable success. Vision is also a tool for decision-making. When you know clearly where you want to go, decisions become simpler. Opportunities that do not align with your vision are easily dismissed. Choices that move you closer to your vision gain priority. Without vision, every decision is uncertain, and distractions easily derail your progress. Most people underestimate how much clarity about their future shapes present behavior. A vivid vision acts like a compass. It guides your actions, protects your time, and filters what deserves your attention and what does not. Creating a vision requires imagination and honesty. Allow yourself to think beyond your current limitations, yet remain grounded in what is possible through effort. Many people fail because they either settle for too little or dream without strategy. Balance aspiration with practicality. Break your vision into areas: career, relationships, health, personal growth, and contribution. Describe each in detail. The brain can only plan for what it can clearly imagine. The more precise your vision, the easier it is to take steps that feel natural and aligned, rather than forced. Writing your vision is essential, but visualization deepens it. Daily mental rehearsal allows your brain to experience your desired life before it happens. Imagine your surroundings, your interactions, and your achievements. Visualize solving challenges and celebrating progress. Sensory details make the vision tangible. Notice sounds, sights, and emotions. The brain treats vivid imagination like real experience. This practice strengthens belief, builds motivation, and creates a mental map for action. People who consistently visualize their life move toward it faster than those who do not. Action is inseparable from vision. A vision without action is merely a fantasy. Once you have clarity, take consistent steps every day that reflect it. Small, intentional actions compound over time. Create routines, set goals, and measure progress against your vision. Every decision becomes a test. Does this move me closer or farther from the life I deserve? Consistent alignment between action and vision builds momentum. Motivation becomes when your daily life reflects the standards of the life you want. A vision also requires flexibility. Life is unpredictable, and circumstances change. Adapting your vision does not mean abandoning it. It means refining it to reflect new information, experiences, and growth. Vision should grow with you, expanding as you achieve milestones. Many people abandon vision at the first sign of challenge. Resilience is the ability to maintain clarity of purpose while adjusting strategy. Your vision is a living guide, not a rigid rule. Adaptation keeps you moving forward despite obstacles, setbacks, or unexpected circumstances. Accountability strengthens vision. Share your vision with people who will support and challenge you. External accountability reinforces internal commitment. Many people keep vision private, which makes it easy to procrastinate or settle. Speaking your goals aloud, writing them publicly, or partnering with mentors creates pressure and motivation to act. Accountability also provides feedback, which allows you to correct course before you drift too far from your desired path. A supported vision moves faster and is more resilient to distraction. A strong vision also fosters resilience. When challenges arise, a vivid picture of your desired life reminds you why effort is necessary. Many people give up because they lose sight of what they are working toward. Vision keeps your purpose in front of you, giving energy to persevere. Difficult moments become opportunities to practice discipline, creativity, and focus. The life you deserve is rarely easy, but with vision, the struggle becomes meaningful rather than discouraging. You see obstacles as temporary and solvable rather than permanent barriers. Vision also helps manage energy. When your goals are clear, you no longer waste time or focus on meaningless tasks. Your energy flows to what matters most. You learn to say no to distractions and yes to opportunities that reflect your vision. Most people struggle because their energy is scattered. A clear vision channels effort, attention, and focus toward the highest value activities. This alignment produces results faster, increases satisfaction, and reduces unnecessary stress. Commit to reviewing your vision regularly. Life evolves, and so should your aspirations. Reflection allows you to adjust, refine, and celebrate progress. Regular review reinforces clarity, motivation, and focus. It reminds you why you started and gives perspective on how far you have come. Many people create a vision and forget it. Consistency in revisiting your vision ensures that it drives daily behavior, decisions, and habits. Your vision must remain alive, active, and present in your mind constantly. Another key to vision is imagining the legacy you want to leave. Consider the impact you want to have on others, the contributions you wish to make, and the example you want to set. Vision is not just about personal gain, it includes the influence you have on family, colleagues, and society. When your vision includes service and contribution, it becomes bigger than self-interest. This expands motivation and deepens purpose. People are inspired to act not just for themselves, but for the positive difference they can make in the world. A complete vision integrates short-term and long-term thinking. Set milestones and celebrate achievements along the way. Long-term vision provides direction, while short-term goals maintain momentum. Many people fail because they only focus on immediate results or get lost in distant dreams without practical steps. Effective vision connects the present moment to the ultimate destination. Each action, habit, and choice becomes meaningful because it has a purpose that extends beyond today. Finally, creating a vision of the life you deserve requires courage and commitment. Many resist because it forces them to confront limitations and fears. It demands imagination, discipline, and persistence, but the reward is unmatched. A vivid, detailed, emotionally charged vision guides your actions, protects your energy, and inspires consistency. It attracts opportunities, relationships, and experiences that align with your highest potential. Your life begins to reflect what you believe is possible because you have deliberately designed it with clarity, intention, and purpose. Number 7. Walk away from situations that lower your value. Most people spend far too much time in situations that diminish their energy, self-worth, and potential. They stay in jobs they hate, relationships that drain them, and environments that limit their growth. They hope things will change on their own, but hope without action leads to frustration and stagnation. Every moment you remain in a situation that lowers your value is a moment lost from creating a life you deserve. Life is too short to invest your energy in circumstances that do not reflect your worth. Walking away is not a sign of weakness. It is a declaration that you respect yourself and your future. Recognizing these situations begins with awareness. Pay attention to how you feel at the end of each day, after each interaction, and after each commitment. Do you feel drained, unappreciated, or small? These are warning signs that your value is being compromised. Many people ignore these signals, thinking discomfort is a normal part of life. It is not. Feeling diminished is a signal to take action. Awareness is the first step to change, because you cannot walk away from what you cannot identify. Walking away requires courage. Fear of loss, judgment, or uncertainty often keeps people trapped. They worry about what others will think or fear the unknown consequences. But staying in situations that lower your value guarantees continued dissatisfaction and limits your potential. Courage is the ability to act despite fear. It is not the absence of fear. When you commit to walking away from situations that diminish you, you create space for opportunities that honor your worth. Courageous action always leads to growth. Many people confuse walking away with running away. Walking away is intentional. It is a thoughtful decision based on self-respect and clarity. It is not about avoiding responsibility or giving up on challenges that matter. It is about refusing to tolerate what harms your growth or self-esteem. By walking away intentionally, you reclaim control over your life. You choose your environment, your relationships, and your priorities. Each decision to leave a harmful situation reinforces your commitment to your own value and the life you deserve. Boundaries are closely connected to walking away. You cannot remain in a harmful situation without allowing it to erode your self-respect. Establishing boundaries tells others what is acceptable and what is not. When boundaries are ignored or violated, walking away is the next logical step. Many people fear confrontation, but avoiding action allows disrespect and negativity to persist. Walking away sends a clear message. Your value is non-negotiable. It creates an environment where your energy is protected and your worth is honored consistently. Walking away also improves decision-making. When you remove yourself from situations that lower your value, you gain clarity. Your mind is no longer cluttered with stress, resentment, or distraction. You can focus on opportunities that align with your goals and vision. Remaining in devaluing circumstances clouds judgment and reduces effectiveness. Each decision you make after walking away is more likely to reflect wisdom, intention, and purpose. You become proactive rather than reactive, designing a life that aligns with your highest standards. Emotional strength is required to walk away. Many people stay in toxic situations because they are emotionally attached or fear loss. They cling to familiarity even when it harms them. Walking away demands self-discipline and emotional resilience. It requires acknowledging that your well-being matters more than comfort, approval, or temporary satisfaction. Developing this strength transforms your response to life's challenges. You learn to prioritize your value above convenience, fear, or external pressure. This mindset empowers you to protect your energy in every area of life. Relationships are often where walking away is most challenging. Many tolerate disrespect, manipulation, or imbalance in friendships, family connections, or romantic partnerships. They fear isolation, rejection, or hurting others. But staying in devaluing relationships erodes self-esteem and perpetuates dissatisfaction. Walking away allows you to cultivate connections that honor, respect, and inspire you. Your circle reflects your value. Removing people or circumstances that lower your worth creates room for relationships that elevate your life. Work and career are another area where walking away is essential. Many settle for roles that underutilize their skills, offer minimal growth, or disrespect their contributions. They fear quitting or changing direction because of financial or societal pressure. Remaining in these positions compromises confidence and potential. Walking away may be uncomfortable initially, but it positions you to find opportunities aligned with your skills, passion, and worth. Professional fulfillment is impossible when your value is consistently undervalued or ignored. Walking away also builds self-trust. Each time you leave a situation that does not serve you, you prove to yourself that you are committed to your worth. Self-trust grows as a result. You gain confidence in your ability to make decisions that protect your energy and align with your goals. People who fail to walk away repeatedly betray their own value and lose faith in themselves. Walking away reinforces personal integrity. It teaches you that you are capable of honoring your needs and creating conditions for success and fulfillment. Financial considerations often complicate walking away. Many people remain in devaluing situations due to income or security concerns. While prudence is important, staying in situations that compromise your value is costly in other ways. Stress, burnout, and dissatisfaction have long-term consequences that outweigh temporary comfort. Walking away strategically involves planning, resourcefulness, and creativity. It is about creating options and opportunities that respect both your financial and personal worth. Walking away requires mental clarity. You must be able to evaluate situations objectively, separating emotions from facts. Emotional attachment can cloud judgment, making harmful circumstances seem acceptable. Step back, observe honestly, and assess whether the situation supports or diminishes your growth and value. Clarity allows decisive action. Indecision prolongs compromise and delays progress. The practice of evaluating circumstances regularly ensures you act with purpose rather than reacting out of habit or fear. Walking away is a skill that improves with practice. Early attempts may feel uncomfortable or guilt-inducing. Over time, as you see the positive effects on your life, it becomes natural. You learn to trust your judgment, honor your feelings, and prioritize your well-being. Each instance of leaving a devaluing situation strengthens confidence and self-respect. Gradually, you become someone who refuses to settle for less than you deserve, creating momentum that attracts better circumstances and people into your life. Opportunities emerge when you walk away. Many people fear leaving because they imagine emptiness or loss. In reality, removing yourself from harmful situations opens space for growth, learning, and new experiences. Life rewards those who refuse to tolerate less than their worth. Doors open to relationships, careers, and environments that match your value. Walking away signals to the universe and to yourself that you are ready to receive more, not settle for what diminishes your potential. Walking away also requires forgiveness. Sometimes people stay in situations due to resentment, anger, or expectation of change. Forgiving yourself and others allows you to release the emotional weight that keeps you trapped. Forgiveness does not mean tolerance of harm. It means letting go of attachment to what you cannot control and reclaiming your energy. Emotional freedom strengthens your resolve to walk away decisively and ensures your actions are based on respect for yourself rather than revenge or obligation. Consistency in walking away from what lowers your value shapes character. One-time actions matter, but habitual enforcement of personal standards builds reputation, self-respect, and integrity. People recognize when someone does not tolerate mistreatment or compromise. Your actions become a blueprint for the life you attract. Walking away consistently reinforces high standards, sets boundaries, and teaches others how to treat you. The life you deserve begins to reflect your choices and your unwillingness to accept less than your worth. Walking away is a commitment to your future. Every situation you leave is a step closer to the life you deserve. It is not about escape, it is about advancement. By removing yourself from what limits you, you gain clarity, energy, and opportunity. Life becomes intentional. Your actions begin to align with your vision, values, and goals. The practice of walking away builds resilience, confidence, and self-respect. You no longer wait for change to happen. You create it through deliberate, empowered decisions that honor your highest potential. Number 8. Invest in learning that expands your personal standards. Many people underestimate the power of learning in shaping their lives. They assume that what they already know is enough, or that formal education alone defines success. In reality, growth comes from continuous learning that challenges assumptions and stretches capabilities. Every skill, every piece of knowledge, and every lesson you acquire directly impacts your personal standards. People who commit to learning consistently elevate their thinking, decisions, and results. Learning is not optional for those who want a better life. It is a deliberate investment in your future self, in your ability to solve problems, and in the quality of life you can achieve. The first step in expanding your personal standards through learning is to embrace humility. Many people resist learning because they believe they already know enough or fear appearing inexperienced. Humility allows you to acknowledge gaps in your knowledge and remain open to growth. When you approach learning with curiosity rather than ego, every challenge and every failure becomes an opportunity to gain insight. Those who elevate their standards are not the ones who assume they are always right. They are the ones who seek understanding, explore new perspectives, and apply lessons consistently to improve. Learning requires intentionality. Random reading, watching, or listening without purpose does not create meaningful growth. You must identify areas that influence your personal standards directly. Skills, habits, mindset, and communication are all areas where learning can expand your potential. For example, mastering financial literacy, leadership skills, or emotional intelligence directly enhances your ability to make higher quality decisions. When learning is targeted, it accelerates your growth and raises the level of what you expect from yourself and others. Consistency is critical in the learning process. Many start with enthusiasm but give up when results are not immediate. Learning is a long-term commitment. Each day spent gaining knowledge, practicing skills, and refining thinking compounds over time. Consistent learning shapes habits and develops discipline, which naturally raises personal standards. When you commit to learning every day, even in small increments, your ability expands, your confidence increases, and the life you deserve becomes achievable. The key is persistence and deliberate effort. Learning also challenges your current limitations. Most people stay within comfort zones, repeating the same routines and thinking patterns. Learning forces you to encounter ideas, experiences, and perspectives that push boundaries. When you challenge assumptions, your personal standards grow. You begin to recognize what is acceptable and what is not in every area of life. Exposure to new knowledge, diverse viewpoints, and unfamiliar skills transforms your mindset and encourages you to expect more from yourself. Stagnation occurs when learning stops, and mediocrity thrives in unchallenged minds. Mentorship and guidance accelerate learning. Many people attempt to grow alone, wasting time on trial and error. Seeking guidance from those who have achieved higher standards provides insight, shortcuts, and accountability. Mentors teach what experience alone cannot. Learning from their successes and mistakes saves time and sharpens judgment. Personal standards rise naturally when you observe the behaviors, habits, and strategies of those who have reached the level you aspire to achieve. Surround yourself with teachers, coaches, and advisors who reflect the excellence you desire. Reading is one of the most powerful tools for expanding your personal standards. Books, articles, and research provide access to knowledge and ideas that can transform thinking. Those who read intentionally and reflectively absorb lessons, challenge beliefs, and apply concepts to their lives. Reading broadens perspective, sharpens judgment, and fosters innovation. People who neglect reading limit their ability to grow. The act of reading consistently is a statement about valuing knowledge and committing to higher standards. It is an investment that multiplies over time through application and insight. Practical application of knowledge is crucial. Learning without action produces no real change. Every lesson you acquire must be integrated into your behavior, decisions, and habits. Skills, strategies, and insights only elevate standards when used intentionally. For example, understanding time management is meaningless without implementing it in daily life. Learning becomes transformative when knowledge translates into practice, creating measurable improvement in performance, relationships, and personal satisfaction. Action completes the learning process and demonstrates real growth. Curiosity fuels ongoing learning. People who raise their personal standards are never satisfied with current knowledge or skills. They explore new topics, ask questions, and seek understanding beyond surface-level answers. Curiosity pushes boundaries and opens doors to innovation and creativity. When you cultivate curiosity, you naturally expand what you accept in your life and what you expect from yourself. Curiosity keeps the mind active, the spirit engaged, and the personal standard consistently rising, preventing stagnation and complacency. Self-reflection strengthens learning. Knowledge alone is not enough. Insight comes from analyzing experience and understanding its impact. Take time regularly to reflect on lessons, challenges, and feedback. Assess what worked, what did not, and what can be improved. Self-reflection turns information into wisdom, ensuring that learning permanently elevates personal standards. People who ignore reflection often repeat mistakes and fail to integrate lessons, leaving growth incomplete. Reflection is the bridge between knowledge and applied excellence. Investing in learning also means prioritizing time and resources. Many complain about lack of time, energy, or money for growth, but the truth is that prioritizing learning is a reflection of your commitment to yourself. Time spent learning is never wasted. Resources allocated to education, courses, and personal development pay dividends in skills, confidence, and opportunities. Those who invest consistently in themselves raise personal standards faster than those who wait for circumstances or external validation. Value your time and energy as essential tools for growth. Learning expands the quality of your relationships. Knowledge about communication, empathy, conflict resolution, and leadership directly influences interactions with others. Those who invest in learning improve the way they collaborate, support, and inspire. As a result, they attract people who reflect higher standards and discourage behaviors that diminish value. Learning is not just intellectual. It has practical, social, and emotional consequences. Higher personal standards create ripple effects in the people and environments you engage with, elevating life in multiple dimensions. Challenges are integral to learning. Avoiding discomfort limits growth. The process of learning involves mistakes, failures, and setbacks. Those who embrace these challenges rather than fear them accelerate personal standards. Every failure provides feedback, every challenge demands adaptation, and every obstacle develops resilience. People who avoid challenges stagnate, accepting mediocrity. Investing in learning means welcoming difficult lessons and using them to expand capability and confidence. Difficulty becomes a tool rather than a barrier. Continuous learning shapes mindset. Those who invest in knowledge cultivate growth-oriented thinking. They expect improvement, seek solutions, and anticipate opportunities. A learning mindset transforms how you approach life, decisions, and relationships. Personal standards rise naturally because a growth-focused mindset rejects excuses, embraces responsibility, and demands excellence. Mindset and knowledge together create a foundation for achievement that is sustainable and scalable. Without this combination, potential remains underdeveloped. Investing in learning also enhances adaptability. Life is unpredictable, and circumstances change rapidly. Knowledge and skills allow you to respond effectively rather than react passively. People who refuse to learn are often overwhelmed, unprepared, and limited in choice. Those who continuously expand understanding can pivot, innovate, and seize opportunities. Adaptability protects personal standards from erosion when challenges arise. Learning equips you to maintain high standards regardless of external conditions. Technology and modern tools amplify learning opportunities. Online courses, podcasts, webinars, and digital resources provide access to information that was previously limited to elite institutions. People who embrace these tools can elevate standards faster than those relying solely on traditional methods. Strategic use of technology enhances skill acquisition, networking, and knowledge application. Those who fail to leverage available resources miss out on exponential growth opportunities. Learning is now more accessible than ever, and personal standards rise when tools are effectively utilized. Investing in learning also builds confidence. As knowledge and skills increase, so does the belief in your ability to handle challenges. Confidence is a natural byproduct of competence. People who neglect learning often doubt themselves, hesitate to act, and accept less than they deserve. Consistent investment in personal growth cultivates self-assurance that permeates every area of life. Higher confidence naturally elevates the quality of decisions, actions, and interactions. It sets a standard for how you allow yourself to be treated and what you expect in return. Learning should be lifelong. Those who treat education as a phase of life rather than a continuous pursuit limit potential. Every stage of life offers new challenges and opportunities. Commitment to ongoing learning ensures that personal standards remain dynamic, rising with each new skill, insight, or perspective acquired. Lifelong learning prevents stagnation, supports adaptability, and positions you to navigate complexity with competence. It is not a choice but a responsibility to yourself and your future. Finally, investing in learning that expands your personal standards is an act of self-respect. It declares that you are committed to becoming the best version of yourself. It creates opportunities, builds resilience, strengthens confidence, and attracts people and circumstances that match your level. Knowledge combined with application transforms potential into reality. Life responds to those who prioritize growth. Every lesson, every skill, and every insight compounds to create a life that reflects your highest standards and your truest potential. Number 9. Prioritize health choices that honor your highest self. Most people underestimate the impact of their daily health choices on their quality of life. They eat out of convenience, skip exercise because of tiredness, and neglect sleep thinking it can be caught up later. These habits slowly lower energy, focus, and resilience. The truth is, your body is the foundation for everything you want to achieve. If you disrespect it, your potential suffers. Prioritizing health is not about perfection or following trends. It is about making consistent choices that honor your highest self, supporting energy, clarity, and vitality for the life you deserve. The first step is awareness. Notice how your body responds to your choices. Do certain foods leave you sluggish or mentally foggy? Do late nights make it hard to concentrate and maintain discipline? Many people ignore these signals, thinking discomfort is normal. It is not. Awareness allows you to make informed decisions that strengthen rather than weaken your body. When you consistently monitor your responses and adjust accordingly, you create a baseline for optimal energy, performance, and well-being. Nutrition is a critical area of focus. Many people prioritize taste or convenience over nourishment. Processed foods, sugar, and excessive caffeine may provide temporary satisfaction, but diminish long-term health. Choosing whole, nutrient-rich foods fuels energy, supports mental clarity, and stabilizes mood. Eating becomes a tool to honor your body and your life goals. Planning meals with intention rather than impulse builds consistency, empowers discipline, and ensures your body is equipped to handle challenges and pursue excellence every day. Movement is essential. Sedentary lifestyles create fatigue, stiffness, and long-term health problems. Exercise is not only about appearance, it is about function, strength, and endurance. Movement increases energy, sharpens focus, and boosts confidence. Many avoid it due to time constraints or lack of motivation. However, consistent activity, even in small increments, strengthens resilience, improves mental clarity, and supports emotional balance. Prioritizing movement is a declaration that your body is valuable and deserves care. Sleep is a non-negotiable pillar of health. Many people sacrifice sleep for work, social media, or entertainment. Chronic sleep deprivation reduces cognitive function, diminishes immunity, and lowers emotional regulation. Your body repairs itself, processes information, and restores energy during rest. Prioritizing adequate sleep enhances performance, focus, and decision-making. Treating sleep as essential rather than optional aligns your daily routine with your highest self. Consistently honoring rest reinforces energy and sharpness in every area of life. Hydration is often overlooked, but vital. Water impacts digestion, energy, skin, and mental clarity. Dehydration, even mild, reduces focus, mood, and endurance. Many people confuse thirst with hunger or fatigue, making poor choices. Drinking enough water consistently supports physical function and mental performance. Hydration is a simple but profound way to honor your body. It is a consistent, daily choice that communicates respect for your health and creates a foundation for higher performance and personal standards. Mental health is a critical part of honoring your highest self. Stress, anxiety, and emotional neglect impact physical health and decision-making. People often ignore mental well-being until it manifests as burnout, illness, or frustration. Practices like meditation, journaling, and mindful reflection improve clarity, resilience, and emotional regulation. Mental health is not a luxury, it is essential for sustaining energy, focus, and effectiveness. Prioritizing it allows you to operate from a place of strength rather than depletion, raising your personal and professional standards. Avoiding harmful habits is essential. Smoking, excessive drinking, and substance misuse degrade health and lower performance. These behaviors often start as coping mechanisms, but ultimately create long-term consequences. Choosing to avoid harmful habits demonstrates self-respect and commitment to longevity. Each decision to reject what harms your body reinforces personal discipline. It protects energy and capacity, ensuring that your choices support your vision for a productive, fulfilling, and empowered life. Routine and consistency are fundamental. Health is not improved by occasional bursts of effort. It is the accumulation of daily choices that builds resilience, strength, and longevity. Establishing routines for exercise, nutrition, sleep, and mental care creates predictable systems that support performance and energy. Consistency reinforces self-respect and commitment. People who neglect routine often experience fluctuations in health, energy, and focus. Prioritizing daily habits creates stability, clarity, and the ability to pursue goals without being hindered by preventable limitations. Accountability strengthens health commitment. Many fail to maintain habits because they lack external or internal accountability. Tracking progress, sharing goals with a trusted friend, or hiring a coach ensures adherence to your standards. Accountability creates structure and reinforces the importance of honoring your body and mind. When you are answerable to yourself or others, you are more likely to make choices that align with your highest self consistently. This discipline shapes not only health, but the confidence to maintain high standards in all areas of life. Nutrition, movement, sleep, hydration, mental well-being, and avoidance of harmful habits are interconnected. Neglect in one area affects the others. Poor sleep reduces motivation to exercise, dehydration impacts cognition, stress increases cravings for unhealthy food. Viewing health holistically ensures that every choice contributes to overall energy, clarity, and resilience. Prioritizing interconnected health habits elevates personal standards by demonstrating commitment to your entire self rather than fragmented effort. True honor for your highest self comes from balance and integration. Awareness of consequences is also important. Ignoring health today has a delayed cost, often showing up as chronic conditions, fatigue, or limited capacity. Many delay care until a crisis occurs. Prioritizing health proactively ensures that you have the energy and strength to meet life's demands. It allows you to perform at your best consistently, without compromise. The choices you make today compound over time. Honoring your highest self requires foresight and proactive action rather than reaction after deterioration occurs. Physical and mental energy directly impact productivity and decision-making. Many people accept low energy as normal, blaming circumstances rather than their choices. Investing in health ensures your energy is consistently high. When energy is strong, decisions are clear, focus is sharp, and performance improves across all areas. Health becomes a multiplier, amplifying the effects of effort, strategy, and skill. Neglecting it diminishes returns on every other investment in personal growth or professional success. Emotional well-being cannot be separated from physical health. Poor diet, lack of sleep, and inactivity increase irritability, anxiety, and emotional instability. These states reduce confidence, strain relationships, and impair judgment. By making health choices that honor your body and mind, you support emotional stability and resilience. Emotional control strengthens interactions, leadership, and personal influence. The choices that honor your highest self include nurturing both body and mind simultaneously for maximum impact. Preventive care is a reflection of personal standards. Regular medical checkups, screenings, and self-monitoring prevent small issues from becoming serious. Many neglect prevention due to busyness, denial, or discomfort. Prioritizing prevention shows respect for your body and for your potential. It communicates that you value your longevity and performance. People who invest in preventive health maintain energy, clarity, and capability over decades, raising the standard for how they live and perform consistently. Environmental choices influence health as well. Clean air, safe spaces, and limiting exposure to harmful substances affect energy and mental clarity. Many people overlook these external factors, focusing only on internal habits. However, your environment directly impacts the quality of your choices and their effectiveness. Choosing environments that support well-being ensures that your effort is amplified rather than undermined. Personal standards are raised when surroundings actively contribute to health and vitality. Mindset plays a critical role in health decisions. People with a growth-focused mindset approach nutrition, exercise, and rest as tools to support their highest self. They view challenges like fatigue, cravings, or stress as opportunities to strengthen discipline and resilience. Those with a reactive or neglectful mindset accept lower energy, poor habits, and compromised potential. Prioritizing health is fundamentally a mindset choice. Believing that you deserve energy, strength, and clarity motivates consistent action and creates a lifestyle aligned with excellence. Long-term vision drives health choices. Many people focus on short-term gratification, ignoring the consequences for their future selves. Prioritizing health is a long-term investment that pays dividends in energy, capability, and longevity. Every meal, every hour of sleep, every moment of movement is a contribution to a body and mind that can support your ambitions. Thinking long-term shifts focus from comfort to capability. It aligns daily decisions with the life you want to live, rather than temporary impulses. Investing in health enhances self-respect. When you consistently make choices that honor your body, mind, and emotions, you demonstrate to yourself that your well-being matters. This self-respect carries over into other areas of life. It strengthens boundaries, influences relationships, and increases discipline. Neglecting health communicates tolerance for compromise lowering personal standards. Prioritizing health sets a baseline for how you allow yourself to be treated and how much effort you put into your goals. Social support reinforces health choices. Many struggle to maintain habits without encouragement or accountability. Surrounding yourself with people who value health, fitness, and well-being increases consistency and motivation. Social norms and encouragement impact adherence to habits. Choosing relationships that reflect your commitment to health strengthens your ability to honor your highest self. Communities that support your standards amplify results and reduce resistance to lifestyle changes. Every small, consistent choice compounds. Drinking water, eating vegetables, moving daily, sleeping adequately, and managing stress may seem minor in isolation. Over time, these choices build resilience, energy, mental clarity, and emotional stability. Compounded over months and years, they create a life in which you are capable, focused, and ready to seize opportunities. Prioritizing health becomes not just a habit, but a standard that supports personal growth and achievement in every area of life. Health choices are the foundation for living at your highest potential. Energy, focus, discipline, and resilience all stem from how you care for your body and mind. Neglect in these areas reduces capacity and limits what you can achieve. Prioritizing health is a daily commitment that communicates respect for yourself and your potential. Each intentional choice reinforces standards, builds capability, and positions you to perform at your best consistently. Honoring your highest self through health ensures that everything else you pursue is achievable and sustainable. Number 10. Replace excuses with consistent action toward your goals. Many people wake up every day with big dreams, yet by evening, those dreams feel further away than ever. They have plans, ideas, and ambitions, but something always seems to get in the way. The truth is, life will never be perfect. Circumstances, moods, and obstacles will always exist. Waiting for the perfect moment is the biggest lie we tell ourselves. Excuses are easy. They feel safe. They shield us from discomfort, criticism, and failure, but they also guarantee stagnation. If you want to achieve more, you must replace excuses with consistent action every single day. Action creates momentum. It turns ideas into results. Excuses are often rooted in fear. Fear of failing, fear of looking foolish, fear of discomfort. When you pause to analyze your day, you realize how often fear disguised itself as reason. You tell yourself you are too tired, too busy, or not ready. You convince yourself that waiting will produce better results. But waiting only delays growth. Action, no matter how small, builds confidence. Each step taken, regardless of perfection, proves to yourself that you are capable. Fear shrinks when confronted by deliberate and repeated action. Excuses lose power the moment you commit to moving forward, despite them. Clarity is essential for replacing excuses. Many people make excuses because they are unclear about their goals or lack a plan. Without a clear destination, every obstacle becomes justification to pause or quit. When your goals are precise, you recognize what matters and what does not. Clarity transforms excuses into choices. You stop blaming conditions and start focusing on solutions. You see the steps required to progress, and excuses lose their grip. Each day, action becomes intentional rather than reactionary. Clarity fuels consistency, and consistency defeats excuses. Small, consistent actions create extraordinary results over time. Many people underestimate the compound power of effort. One small step may feel insignificant in the moment. A single phone call, a 30-minute workout, writing one paragraph, or learning one new skill seems minor, Yet repeated consistently, these actions accumulate into measurable results. Excuses try to convince you that small actions do not matter. The truth is, small efforts done every day are the foundation for significant achievements. Consistency outweighs intensity when it comes to replacing excuses with progress. Accountability magnifies results. People often make excuses because they feel they only have to answer to themselves. Without someone observing, criticizing, or supporting, it is easy to rationalize inaction. Accountability provides structure, focus, and motivation. Share your goals with a trusted mentor, friend, or partner. Track your progress publicly or privately. Check in regularly to evaluate results. Accountability turns intentions into actions and excuses into lessons. You begin to see patterns of avoidance and can correct them systematically. Routine is a tool to eliminate excuses. Many rely on motivation alone, but motivation fluctuates. One day you feel inspired, and the next, drained. Establishing routines ensures that action happens even when motivation fades. Design your day around non-negotiable tasks aligned with your goals. When habits replace reliance on feelings, excuses diminish. You begin to operate with automatic discipline, ensuring steady progress. Routines create predictability, reduce decision fatigue, and allow consistent effort without relying on temporary emotions. Mindset is the battlefield where excuses are won or lost. People with a fixed mindset see obstacles as reasons to stop. They equate discomfort with failure. Growth-oriented individuals see challenges as signals to act, learn, and adapt. Shifting your mindset requires self-awareness and deliberate practice. When you catch yourself making excuses, pause and reframe. Ask, what action can I take right now? Focus on what is within your control rather than external circumstances. Action-focused thinking reduces hesitation and replaces excuses with forward movement. Procrastination is the most common form of excuse. Many people intend to work toward their goals, but delay tasks for another time. They wait for the ideal conditions that rarely exist. Procrastination drains energy, creates stress, and diminishes confidence. Combating it requires structure, prioritization, and a bias toward action. Begin with the most important task first. Break large goals into smaller, manageable steps. Commit to completing tasks within time frames. Action becomes habitual, and excuses lose relevance when a bias toward progress is cultivated. Reflection and review strengthen your ability to act consistently. Excuses often persist because people repeat patterns without learning. At the end of each day or week, review what you accomplished and what you avoided. Ask yourself honestly why certain tasks were delayed or avoided. Identify excuses clearly and understand the underlying fears or limiting beliefs. Reflection allows you to replace excuses with targeted action strategies. It creates self-awareness, responsibility, and insight, which are crucial for consistent goal pursuit. Time management is a cornerstone of replacing excuses. Many excuses are rooted in poor organization or perception of time scarcity. Planning your day, prioritizing critical tasks, and eliminating distractions creates space for consistent action. Treat every minute as valuable and aligned with your goals. When you see time as a tool rather than a limitation, excuses about not having enough vanish. Each planned action builds a sense of control and reinforces the habit of following through consistently. Self-discipline is cultivated through repeated commitment. Excuses weaken discipline and reduce confidence. Every time you overcome the temptation to delay or avoid action, your self-discipline grows. Consistency compounds, making future actions easier and more natural. Discipline becomes an identity trait rather than a temporary choice. You stop needing external motivation because the internal standard of action drives behavior. Excuses cannot survive against a disciplined mind. Visualization strengthens action. Seeing the end result vividly engages emotions and creates clarity about why excuses are unacceptable. Imagine the satisfaction of achieving a goal through consistent steps. Visualize the frustration of inaction and the weight of unfulfilled potential. Emotionally connecting with the outcome creates urgency and determination. When you feel the reward internally, excuses lose appeal. Action becomes a direct path to the life you imagine, and consistency becomes easier to maintain. Learning to prioritize is essential. Many excuses come from feeling overwhelmed by competing demands. Not everything is equally important. Identify tasks that have the highest impact on your goals. Focus energy there. Excuses diminish when priorities are clear. Choosing what to act on and what to defer ensures that effort is efficient and meaningful. Consistency grows naturally when actions are targeted and purposeful. Excuses no longer distract from progress when priorities guide every decision. Energy management is part of consistent action. People often excuse inaction due to fatigue or low motivation. The key is not to wait for energy, but to create it through deliberate routines, movement, and nutrition. Taking small actions consistently generates momentum, which increases energy. Progress itself fuels motivation. Action and energy are cyclical. Consistent effort, even when small, produces momentum that eliminates the need for excuses as justification for delay. Commitment to goals must be emotional as well as rational. Many make plans intellectually, but fail to emotionally invest in the results. Emotional connection to your vision strengthens resilience against excuses. When the cost of inaction feels real and meaningful, excuses lose power. Align your actions with values, desires, and personal standards. The stronger the internal drive, the less persuasive excuses become. Emotional investment ensures that daily action is not negotiable. Celebrate small wins to reinforce consistent action. Every completed task is proof that excuses can be overcome. Tracking progress visually, verbally, or through journaling strengthens confidence. Recognition of incremental achievements keeps motivation high and reinforces the habit of action. Excuses thrive in an environment of doubt and invisibility. Visibility of success, no matter small, weakens excuses and reinforces the pattern of consistent effort. Adaptability reduces excuses caused by unexpected challenges. Life does not follow a perfect plan. People often justify inaction when circumstances change. The key is flexibility without abandoning the goal. Adjust methods, not commitment. When you act despite changing conditions, excuses lose credibility. Adaptable action ensures momentum continues even when obstacles arise. Consistency becomes a resilient trait rather than a fragile habit dependent on perfect conditions. Focus on solutions rather than problems. Excuses are born from dwelling on barriers. People overthink limitations instead of identifying actionable steps. Shifting focus to solutions creates forward movement. Each step, however small, builds confidence and reduces fear of failure. Solution-oriented thinking converts excuses into strategic decisions. It ensures energy is applied constructively, reinforcing a pattern of action that consistently advances goals. The long-term habit of replacing excuses with action transforms identity. When action is habitual, you no longer see yourself as someone who delays or avoids. You become someone who acts. Identity aligns with effort. Confidence grows. Results accumulate. The habit of action strengthens resilience and self-belief. Excuses fade because the person you are becomes defined by consistent pursuit rather than hesitation or delay. Time, energy, clarity, focus, discipline, accountability, and mindset all converge to replace excuses. Each supports the others. Excuses are eliminated when all systems are aligned toward consistent action. Over time, this creates a life of progress, achievement, and self-respect. Waiting for perfect conditions becomes irrelevant. Momentum is cultivated daily, action becomes the default, and excuses disappear naturally as the lifestyle of a high-performing, committed individual. Action over excuses is not about perfection or never faltering. It is about returning to action quickly when distractions, doubts, or fears arise. Everyone encounters challenges and moments of hesitation. The measure of success is not the absence of difficulty, but the ability to resume action consistently. Each return to effort reinforces capability, builds momentum, and diminishes the credibility of excuses in the long run. Consistent action becomes a lifestyle rather than a temporary choice. Every decision to act instead of excuse strengthens confidence. Each completed task, each obstacle overcome, and each goal approached builds self-trust. You prove to yourself that you are capable and reliable. This internal trust creates a positive feedback loop, encouraging even more action. Excuses weaken naturally as confidence grows. The more you act, the less persuasive excuses become. Consistent action is both the proof and the catalyst of your evolving capability. Success is the natural outcome of replacing excuses with consistent action. When excuses are removed from the equation, energy, focus, and resources are applied directly to goals. Progress accumulates. Results become inevitable. Every choice to act compounds over time, creating achievements that once seemed unattainable. Consistency builds momentum, and momentum produces results. Excuses do not have a place in a life defined by daily commitment to meaningful action. Number 11. Choose environments that challenge you to keep growing. Life is full of comfortable spaces that make us feel safe, but stagnant. Most people spend years in environments that neither inspire nor push them to reach higher. They live in familiar routines, surrounded by the same people and situations that maintain the status quo. Growth rarely occurs in comfort zones. Real progress emerges when you place yourself in environments that challenge your beliefs, skills, and habits. These environments stimulate your mind, sharpen your resilience, and push you to evolve. Choosing where you spend your time is not just about preference. It is about creating conditions that foster growth and eliminate stagnation. The people around you shape your perspective and influence your behavior. If you surround yourself with individuals who settle for mediocrity, you adopt similar standards unconsciously. Environments are not just physical, they are social and mental. Being in spaces that challenge you forces you to think differently, adapt, and elevate your actions. Seek out mentors, peers, and colleagues who demand more from themselves and from you. Their standards become a mirror that reflects the potential you may not yet see in yourself. Growth thrives when your environment is intentionally structured to stretch your capabilities consistently. Learning is accelerated in challenging environments. Comfort zones provide minimal stimulation, often reinforcing old habits and limiting thinking. In contrast, environments that push you intellectually, emotionally, and physically create opportunities to acquire new skills and knowledge rapidly. Attending workshops, participating in discussion groups, and engaging in communities that challenge assumptions expose you to diverse perspectives. These experiences expand your understanding and ignite curiosity. Consistently choosing spaces that challenge you ensures continual personal development rather than slow decline or stagnation. Challenges within environments build resilience. Every person encounters obstacles, but those who intentionally place themselves in growth-oriented spaces develop the ability to navigate difficulty with strength and clarity. Challenges test patience, discipline, and resourcefulness. They force reflection and adjustment, and they cultivate perseverance. Avoiding discomfort limits learning, while embracing it strengthens character. Your environment becomes a training ground where setbacks are reframed as opportunities to refine strategies and reinforce determination. Over time, resilience cultivated in challenging spaces translates to confidence and mastery in all areas of life. The physical and digital spaces you inhabit impact your progress. Cluttered, distracting, or uninspiring spaces can drain motivation and diminish productivity. On the other hand, thoughtfully curated spaces that encourage focus, creativity, and reflection elevate performance. Whether it is organizing your home, workspace, or online environment, the goal is to create surroundings that support your highest standards. Your environment becomes a silent partner in your growth, subtly reinforcing habits and mindset aligned with advancement rather than mediocrity. Exposure to diverse ideas accelerates innovation. Being in environments where perspectives differ from your own challenges, assumptions, and encourages critical thinking. Diversity of thought forces examination of beliefs and habits, often revealing blind spots. Engaging with varied experiences, cultures, and skill sets expands creativity and problem-solving abilities. Limiting yourself to echo chambers restricts growth and maintains outdated approaches. Intentionally seeking environments that offer new ideas fosters adaptability, innovation, and a broader understanding of the world. Accountability is strengthened by your environment. Growth-oriented spaces often come with built-in mechanisms of accountability, whether through mentors, peer groups, or structured programs. When others hold you to higher standards, it becomes harder to justify excuses or avoid challenges. Accountability reinforces commitment and ensures consistent effort. Choosing environments with accountability structures creates momentum and maintains focus on meaningful objectives. Progress is no longer left to chance, but becomes a predictable outcome of deliberate environmental design. Your mindset evolves in challenging environments. Repeated exposure to high expectations, demanding tasks, and constructive feedback gradually reshapes beliefs about your capabilities. When you see others striving and achieving, you internalize the possibility for your own growth. Environments that stretch you help replace limiting self-perceptions with empowered, action-oriented beliefs. Your self-concept begins to align with higher standards, and previously intimidating goals become achievable. Consistent interaction with growth-focused surroundings transforms mindset from passive to proactive. Opportunity expand naturally in environments that challenge you. Doors often open when you are visible, active, and engaged in spaces that encourage growth. New experiences, connections, and collaborations arise as a result of being present where excellence is expected. Environments that challenge you attract like-minded individuals who provide mentorship, resources, and inspiration. By choosing spaces aligned with growth, you are positioned to receive opportunities that would not exist in stagnant or comfort-focused settings. Momentum builds when your environment supports advancement. Continuous improvement is the outcome of deliberate environmental choices. Growth does not happen by chance. It requires consistency, exposure, and conscious effort. Each day spent in spaces that stretch your capabilities contributes to skill acquisition, confidence, and insight. Habits are reinforced, mindsets evolve, and networks expand. By deliberately choosing environments that challenge you, growth becomes not only possible but inevitable. You are no longer subject to the limitations of circumstance, but instead you design surroundings that actively push you toward excellence. Reflection and self-assessment are enhanced in challenging environments. Being surrounded by higher standards allows for objective evaluation of your performance and behavior. Feedback, both direct and indirect, provides insights into areas of strength and weakness. Reflection in these contexts is honest and actionable rather than comfortable and self-soothing. You learn to assess progress critically and adapt strategies effectively. Growth-oriented environments cultivate a culture of evaluation that drives continuous improvement and discourages complacency. Consistency is reinforced when environments demand action. Stagnation thrives where standards are low, and complacency is normalized. By intentionally placing yourself in spaces that expect engagement and effort, consistency becomes a natural byproduct. Daily exposure to challenges, expectations, and accountability cultivates habits that align with long-term objectives. The environment supports routine action, ensuring that progress is maintained even when internal motivation fluctuates. Growth is sustained through repetition within high-standard surroundings. Confidence grows in challenging spaces. When you repeatedly meet high expectations, your belief in your own abilities strengthens. Success in demanding environments validates effort, reinforces self-efficacy, and inspires further action. Challenges are no longer intimidating but serve as opportunities to demonstrate competence. Confidence cultivated in these environments spills over into all areas of life, enhancing performance, communication, and decision-making. Surroundings that stretch you function as both proving grounds and accelerators of personal power. Risk-taking becomes normalized in growth-focused environments. Many avoid challenges due to fear of failure or judgment. Being in spaces that encourage experimentation and learning from mistakes reduces the stigma of risk. When you witness others taking bold steps and benefiting from them, you are inspired to act similarly. Environments that reward effort over perfection cultivate courage and the ability to pursue ambitious goals. Growth accelerates when fear of failure is replaced by proactive engagement and calculated risk-taking. Support systems are amplified in these environments. While challenges are essential, support ensures sustainable growth. Mentorship, collaboration, and peer encouragement help navigate difficulties and provide insight into problem-solving strategies. Growth-oriented environments balance challenge with support, creating conditions for development without overwhelming individuals. Choosing spaces with both demand and guidance ensures steady progress, resilience, and skill acquisition. Self-discipline is reinforced when expectations are higher than personal comfort. In growth-focused environments, tasks are not optional or negotiable. The structure and culture of these spaces require individuals to meet standards consistently. Repeated exposure to this expectation strengthens internal discipline, creating habits that extend beyond the environment. You develop the ability to maintain focus, manage time, and prioritize effectively. Discipline becomes ingrained as a natural response to high-standard surroundings. Awareness of personal limits is enhanced. Challenging environments expose weaknesses, skill gaps, and areas for improvement. Awareness allows for targeted growth strategies rather than random effort. By recognizing limitations in real time, you can take corrective action immediately, accelerating development. Environments that highlight gaps between current abilities and potential push you to bridge them actively. This conscious approach to growth is far more effective than passive learning or unstructured effort. Motivation is sustained in high-challenge environments. Inspiration is contagious. Being immersed in spaces where progress is visible, standards are high, and effort is recognized encourages sustained effort. Motivation is reinforced by observation, interaction, and personal achievement within the environment. You no longer rely solely on internal drive, the surroundings themselves become a catalyst for persistence. Growth becomes a continuous process fueled by the collective energy of the space you occupy. Opportunities for leadership arise naturally. In environments that challenge growth, individuals who take initiative, solve problems, and contribute ideas stand out. Exposure to higher expectations and diverse perspectives provides experience in influence, collaboration, and decision-making. Leadership skills develop through practical application rather than theoretical instruction. Choosing challenging spaces positions you to learn, practice, and excel in leadership roles, further accelerating personal and professional development. Persistence becomes a habit. Growth-focused environments create repeated exposure to difficulties, requiring ongoing effort and adaptation. Challenges that might discourage someone in a comfortable space become manageable when normalized through consistent exposure. Persistence, developed through environmental influence, becomes a defining trait. The ability to continue despite obstacles translates into other areas of life, reinforcing the pattern of consistent growth. Learning from observation is accelerated. Watching others navigate challenges, manage failures, and achieve results provides invaluable lessons. Growth-oriented environments allow for close observation of behavior, strategy, and mindset. By modeling successful actions and avoiding mistakes witnessed in others, you can optimize your own performance. Observation within these spaces is a powerful, low-risk tool for skill acquisition, decision-making, and problem-solving. Action becomes intentional. In challenging environments, random effort is insufficient. Every task, interaction, and decision carries weight. You are compelled to act deliberately, prioritizing actions that drive results. Intentionality strengthens focus, reduces wasted effort, and ensures that growth is meaningful rather than superficial. Environments that demand purpose create a culture where action is strategic and consistent, reinforcing long-term success. Number 12. Expect respect by showing respect to yourself first. Respect is rarely given to those who do not demonstrate it for themselves. Too often, people wonder why others do not honor their time, opinions, or boundaries, yet they fail to respect their own worth. Many tolerate situations, relationships, and environments that diminish their value. The reality is that self-respect sets the tone for every interaction and determines the quality of treatment you receive from others. When you demonstrate respect for yourself consistently, you communicate that you will not accept anything less than what aligns with your dignity. This principle applies to personal, professional, and social relationships alike. Respect is not demanded, it is earned by first valuing and honoring yourself in every decision you make. Self-respect begins with awareness of your own worth. Understanding that you are deserving of kindness, fairness, and integrity forms the foundation of all interactions. When you acknowledge your value, you create standards for how others should treat you. Awareness is more than recognizing value. It involves actively practicing behaviors that reinforce self-respect. This includes speaking up when boundaries are crossed, refusing to tolerate disrespect, and honoring commitments to yourself. Without this awareness, it is easy to accept lower treatment and diminish your potential. The first step to earning respect externally is cultivating respect internally. Setting clear personal boundaries is essential to maintaining respect. Boundaries define what is acceptable and what is not in your relationships and environments. Without boundaries, you leave space for others to impose, manipulate, or take advantage. Establishing limits requires confidence and consistent enforcement. Saying no to demands that compromise your values is a direct expression of self-respect. When others see that your standards are non-negotiable, they learn to treat you with consideration. Boundaries are a form of self-care and a signal to the world that you honor your own needs and dignity. Your actions reflect the level of respect you have for yourself. Every decision, big or small, communicates your standards to others. Failing to follow through on commitments, neglecting self-care, or allowing disrespectful behavior undermines your value. Conversely, taking responsibility, maintaining integrity, and prioritizing your well-being demonstrate that you take yourself seriously. People intuitively respond to the cues you give through your actions. When you consistently model self-respect, others mirror it by treating you with similar care and consideration. Respect is contagious when it originates from authenticity. Communication plays a vital role in signaling self-respect. The way you speak, the tone you use, and the words you choose convey how much you value yourself. Speaking assertively rather than apologetically shows confidence and sets expectations for interaction. Avoid diminishing your own worth with self-deprecating language or constant concessions. Communicate needs, desires, and limits clearly and consistently. When others hear and see that you respect your own voice, they are more likely to respect your presence and perspective. Clarity and consistency in communication reinforce the respect you command. Consistency is key in cultivating respect from others. Respect is not a one-time occurrence. It is reinforced through patterns of behavior over time. People observe how you handle challenges, setbacks, and interpersonal interactions. Demonstrating patience, maintaining composure under pressure, and upholding your values consistently signals reliability and integrity. Others learn that disrespect or disregard is unacceptable because your behavior communicates non-negotiable standards. Through repeated actions, you establish a reputation that precedes you, creating an environment where respect is automatic rather than requested. Self-discipline enhances self-respect. Respecting yourself requires choosing actions that align with your principles and long-term goals. This includes maintaining personal hygiene, managing finances responsibly, prioritizing health, and dedicating time to personal growth. Neglecting these areas signals indifference toward your own well-being, which diminishes external respect. Discipline demonstrates that you honor yourself enough to take care of your life proactively. When others see discipline in your habits, they recognize your seriousness and treat you accordingly. Self-respect and disciplined action are inseparable. The environments you inhabit influence how much respect you command. Surrounding yourself with people and spaces that reflect high standards reinforces self-respect. Toxic or disrespectful surroundings erode confidence and lower the level of treatment you receive. By choosing environments that honor integrity, accountability, and growth, you cultivate a culture of mutual respect. Spaces that reward effort, professionalism, and authenticity encourage you to maintain standards consistently. Your surroundings either elevate your self-respect or challenge it, and conscious choice is critical for sustaining external respect. Confidence is intertwined with self-respect. When you believe in your worth, it is evident in posture, voice, and behavior. Confidence commands attention and sets expectations for how others should interact with you. People instinctively respond to self-assured individuals with respect, as confidence signals competence and value. Confidence does not require arrogance. It requires awareness and acknowledgement of your abilities and contributions. By cultivating confidence, you reinforce self-respect and establish a natural foundation for how others perceive and treat you. Decision-making is a reflection of self-respect. The choices you make daily, from relationships to career paths, signal your perception of personal value. Settling for less than you deserve erodes respect internally and externally. Choosing thoughtfully, prioritizing alignment with values, and rejecting what diminishes your worth communicates that you honor yourself. Every decision sets a precedent for how others can treat you. Respect is maintained when choices consistently reinforce self-worth rather than compromise it for convenience or approval. Handling criticism with discernment reflects self-respect. Not all feedback requires acceptance. Discernment allows you to separate constructive insight from harmful negativity. Respecting yourself means valuing opinions that enhance growth and disregarding those that seek to diminish. Accepting only what aligns with your values protects your confidence and preserves dignity. When criticism is met with measured response rather than defensiveness or submission, others recognize the strength of your self-respect. Handling feedback appropriately signals maturity and establishes respect boundaries. Self-respect requires protecting your energy and time. Engaging in draining activities, unproductive relationships, or repetitive conflicts diminishes both internal and external respect. Allocating time to what serves growth, purpose, and joy demonstrates awareness of your value. Time is a finite resource, and protecting it reflects a commitment to yourself. Others notice when you prioritize your energy and adjust behavior accordingly. Respect is reinforced when your presence, engagement, and attention are offered intentionally rather than scattered or depleted. Emotional integrity strengthens self-respect. Allowing yourself to feel, express, and manage emotions authentically communicates internal balance. Suppressing or ignoring emotions can lead to frustration, resentment, or passive behavior, undermining perceived value. Expressing emotions with honesty and control demonstrates maturity and self-awareness. Others respond to emotional integrity with understanding and regard. By managing emotional responses thoughtfully, you model self-respect and encourage reciprocal respect in relationships. Respecting your body is a crucial component of self-respect. Proper nutrition, regular exercise, rest, and self-care indicate that you value your physical well-being. Neglecting health conveys a lack of investment in your own life and can subconsciously lower how others perceive your worth. Prioritizing physical health reinforces the message that you honor yourself and your potential. External respect often mirrors internal treatment. How you maintain your body directly impacts how others perceive and treat you. Self-respect begins with honoring the vessel that carries you through life. Financial responsibility is an expression of self-respect. Managing resources, honoring commitments, and planning for the future reflects discipline and maturity. Irresponsible financial behavior can erode confidence, invite judgment, and reduce respect from peers and colleagues. Demonstrating control over finances communicates accountability and self-worth. Respect is naturally extended to those who handle their resources responsibly because it signals reliability, foresight, and personal integrity. Financial stewardship is a tangible way to show respect for oneself. Consistency in personal presentation reflects respect. Appearance, grooming, and attire communicate care for self and attention to detail. Presenting oneself thoughtfully signals to others that you value your image and respect the spaces you occupy. Neglecting personal presentation can inadvertently invite lower standards of treatment. Self-respect is reinforced when external presentation aligns with internal value. People intuitively respond to those who take pride in their presence with heightened regard and consideration. Commitment to personal growth is foundational to respect. Continuous learning, skill development, and self-reflection indicate that you value yourself enough to invest in advancement. Stagnation or complacency can erode respect, while active development demonstrates seriousness, purpose, and potential. Others are drawn to individuals who pursue growth intentionally and are more likely to respect their insights, contributions, and presence. Respect is a reflection of the care and effort you dedicate to becoming your best self. Consistency in enforcing respect boundaries teaches others how to treat you. Allowing violations or ignoring disrespect weakens self-respect and signals tolerance for low standards. Firm, consistent enforcement communicates clarity and non-negotiable expectations. Over time, people adapt to these standards and interact accordingly. Respect is established and maintained through repeated, deliberate actions rather than verbal statements alone. Boundaries combined with enforcement create a framework for sustainable, mutual respect. Number 13. Develop discipline to reject distractions from your path. Life is full of distractions that quietly steal your time, energy, and potential. Many people start each day with ambitious goals, but end it feeling frustrated and behind because attention is scattered. Social media, unnecessary errands, idle chatter, and unproductive habits all compete for your focus. Without discipline, even the most talented and motivated individuals find themselves drifting aimlessly. The reality is that distractions are relentless and will exploit any lack of structure or resolve. Developing discipline is not about perfection. It is about creating a system of consistent choices that prioritize your highest goals. Rejecting distractions is an active decision you make repeatedly until it becomes second nature. Understanding what constitutes a distraction is the first step in eliminating it. A distraction is anything that pulls you away from meaningful action or diverts attention from priorities. Not all interruptions are obvious. Some come disguised as seemingly important tasks or minor conveniences. Recognizing the difference between urgent and essential activities is crucial. Essential activities contribute directly to your long-term vision and values, while distractions consume time without meaningful return. By labeling and categorizing activities, you can more clearly allocate attention and energy. Awareness of what hinders progress allows for intentional redirection toward productive action. Time management is an essential tool in maintaining discipline. Structuring your day, week, and month with clarity ensures that each moment is purposeful. Without deliberate planning, tasks pile up, stress accumulates, and distractions gain power. Allocating specific time blocks for work, rest, learning, and personal development reinforces focus. Scheduling breaks intentionally also prevents burnout while maintaining momentum. Discipline is not about rigid control, but about creating boundaries that protect focus and allow progress. Time, when respected and managed, becomes an ally in rejecting distractions and sustaining productivity. Developing mental resilience is necessary to overcome habitual distractions. The mind naturally seeks comfort, instant gratification, and novelty. It is easy to procrastinate or be sidetracked by appealing yet irrelevant tasks. Building resilience involves training the mind to recognize these impulses and choose higher value actions instead. Techniques such as meditation, mindfulness, and visualization strengthen the ability to maintain focus. Consistent practice rewires thought patterns, creating automatic recognition of diversion and intentional realignment to purpose. Mental strength ensures that discipline is sustainable even under stress or temptation. Environmental control reinforces your ability to reject distractions. Your surroundings strongly influence attention and productivity. Cluttered, noisy, or unorganized spaces invite deviation from purpose. Removing temptations and designing a workspace that promotes concentration minimizes external interference. This includes silencing unnecessary notifications, organizing tools and resources efficiently, and creating an atmosphere conducive to flow. By controlling the environment, you reduce the cognitive load of resisting distractions. Discipline is made simpler when your surroundings naturally guide behavior toward focused effort. Prioritization is the cornerstone of effective discipline. Not all tasks carry equal weight in achieving your vision. It is essential to identify high-impact activities and dedicate maximum attention to them. Low-value tasks, though sometimes urgent, must be delegated, minimized, or postponed. Prioritization prevents energy from being diluted across inconsequential actions. Using frameworks such as the Eisenhower matrix or daily intention lists clarifies what deserves focus. The disciplined individual understands that saying no to lesser tasks is not rejection, but protection of time and purpose. Consistency solidifies discipline and strengthens resistance to distractions. Sporadic effort leads to vulnerability and wasted potential. Building habits that align with goals creates automaticity in focused action. Repeatedly choosing purpose over diversion trains the brain to expect and follow structured routines. Over time, discipline becomes a natural part of identity rather than a forced practice. Consistency reduces decision fatigue and creates a momentum loop that carries you forward despite challenges. Each day of intentional focus reinforces the habit and amplifies results. Accountability enhances the ability to reject distractions. When goals and progress are monitored, there is an external reminder to stay on track. Accountability can come from mentors, peers, or self-tracking systems. Sharing commitments with others strengthens motivation and provides corrective feedback. Without accountability, distractions are easier to rationalize and justify. Creating systems that hold you responsible ensures that choices align with intentions and reduces the likelihood of straying from your path. Discipline thrives in environments of structured responsibility. Limiting multitasking improves focus and minimizes distraction. Attempting to do multiple tasks simultaneously reduces effectiveness and prolongs completion. The brain operates best when attention is singular and sustained. Concentrating on one activity at a time ensures higher quality results and greater efficiency. Completing a task fully before moving on reduces mental clutter and prevents small distractions from accumulating. Discipline involves committing to depth over breadth, valuing precision and completion above superficial engagement. Developing self-awareness is critical to identifying personal distraction triggers. Each person has unique tendencies and vulnerabilities that lead them away from purpose. Some are drawn to social media, others to overthinking or unnecessary errands. Awareness of these patterns allows proactive measures to prevent them from interfering with focus. Tracking habits, moods, and triggers provides insights into areas requiring intervention. Self-awareness is the foundation of discipline because it enables intentional choices rather than reactive behavior. Reward systems reinforce disciplined behavior. Positive reinforcement creates motivation to maintain focus and reject distractions. Celebrating small victories, acknowledging progress, or enjoying intentional breaks reinforces the value of sustained effort. Rewards should align with long-term goals and not serve as alternative distractions. This balance strengthens commitment and makes disciplined behavior psychologically satisfying. Discipline is not about deprivation, it is about structured gratification aligned with meaningful progress. Learning to handle interruptions effectively is an essential aspect of discipline. Life will always present unexpected demands and disruptions. The disciplined individual develops strategies to manage these without losing momentum. This can include quick triage of tasks, scheduling deferred attention, or creating buffer periods for contingencies. Responding calmly and strategically prevents small interruptions from cascading into full distractions. Discipline is tested in how interruptions are handled, and mastery of this skill sustains consistent progress. Building focus muscles through practice strengthens discipline over time. Just as physical strength is developed through exercise, mental focus improves with regular, intentional effort. Techniques such as time-blocked work, focused reading, deep work sessions, or mindfulness exercises train attention, gradually increasing the duration and intensity of focused practice develops endurance and resilience against distractions. Discipline is the cumulative result of repeated exercises that challenge and expand the capacity to sustain attention. Eliminating digital distractions is a modern necessity for discipline. Phones, computers, and constant notifications fragment attention continuously. Establishing boundaries such as app limits, designated offline periods, or email management routines reduces digital interruptions. Intentional use of technology ensures it serves goals rather than undermines them. Discipline in the digital era requires proactive measures to tow these pervasive potential distractions. Focus is reclaimed by creating a structured interaction with technology. Self-talk influences the ability to maintain discipline. Thoughts like, "I will do it later," or "this is just a small break," weaken resolve and justify distraction. Reframing inner dialogue to reinforce purpose, priorities, and accountability strengthens commitment. Positive self-talk reminds you of long-term objectives and the importance of resisting short-term diversions. Internal reinforcement is crucial because discipline is maintained through the mental narratives that guide decision-making. Words you tell yourself can either reinforce focus or sabotage it. Energy management supports disciplined focus. Physical and mental energy are finite, and low energy increases susceptibility to distraction. Proper nutrition, hydration, sleep, and exercise ensure the body and mind are capable of sustained attention. Recognizing when energy dips occur allows for strategic rest or activity adjustment. Maintaining peak energy levels reduces temptation to seek low-effort diversions. Discipline is easier to uphold when the mind and body are operating at optimal capacity. Visualization of outcomes strengthens resistance to distractions. Imagining the fulfillment of goals, the rewards of completion, or the consequences of delay creates mental clarity. Visualization connects effort with tangible benefits, reinforcing commitment to focus. It provides motivation during moments of temptation or fatigue. When the mind vividly perceives the value of progress, distractions lose appeal. Discipline is reinforced by consistently reminding yourself of the purpose behind each choice and action. Self-forgiveness allows discipline to remain sustainable. Occasional lapses are inevitable and do not define capability. Accepting mistakes without harsh judgment prevents demoralization and supports quick realignment. Discipline is maintained by recovering swiftly and recommitting rather than dwelling on minor failures. Forgiveness strengthens resilience and reduces the likelihood of giving in to extended periods of distraction. Sustainable discipline balances firmness with compassion. Long-term vision anchors focus and minimizes susceptibility to distractions. Clear understanding of why goals matter provides perspective on what is trivial and what deserves attention. When short-term temptations arise, connection to vision provides a framework to evaluate choices. Discipline is easier to maintain when actions are tied to meaningful outcomes rather than immediate gratification. Vision transforms daily decisions from random effort into purposeful steps toward a desired life. Accountability to yourself is the final pillar of rejecting distractions. Internal commitment requires honesty about priorities and adherence to standards. Tracking progress, reviewing goals, and reflecting on choices maintain alignment with purpose. Self-accountability ensures that even without external oversight, actions remain consistent with intentions. Discipline is ultimately a personal responsibility, and sustained success depends on owning the process of focus and effort fully. Number 14. Upgrade your daily routines to reflect higher goals. Every day presents a choice between drifting through life on autopilot or intentionally crafting habits that move you toward your highest aspirations. Most people follow routines shaped by convenience, comfort, or repetition, whether these actions align with long-term goals. Mornings spent scrolling through social media, evenings wasted on meaningless distractions, and irregular patterns of work and rest quietly sabotage potential. If your routines do not reflect your ambitions, your life will mirror mediocrity. Upgrading daily routines is not simply about adding tasks, but about designing each day with purpose and precision. It involves identifying behaviors that propel you toward growth and eliminating those that drain energy or distract focus. A life of excellence begins with deliberate, consistent actions repeated day after day. The first step in upgrading routines is clarity about your goals and values. Without a clear destination, even disciplined efforts can scatter and dilute impact. Define what success looks like for you personally, professionally, and emotionally. Identify the habits and actions that directly contribute to these outcomes. Once clarity is established, examine current routines and compare them to your ideal patterns. Highlight areas where time is wasted or energy misapplied. This comparison creates a roadmap for intentional adjustment. Every action should have a purpose that serves your higher standards. Mornings set the tone for the entire day and are a prime opportunity for upgrading routines. Waking up with intention transforms energy and focus. Starting the day with activities that reinforce your goals establishes a mindset of productivity and alignment. This may include exercise, meditation, journaling, planning, or focused learning. Avoiding passive behaviors, such as immediately checking notifications, ensures that energy is directed toward meaningful tasks. A structured morning routine primes the mind and body to handle challenges efficiently. Consistency in morning practices gradually builds momentum that carries through the day. Evening routines are equally critical for sustaining high performance. The way you close the day influences recovery, reflection, and preparation for the next day. Intentional evenings can include winding down, reviewing accomplishments, planning priorities, and practicing gratitude. Reducing distractions and limiting activities that drain mental or emotional energy ensures restorative rest. Proper sleep routines support cognitive function, emotional resilience, and physical health. Upgraded evenings transform not only the night, but also prepare the mind to execute high-level routines the following day. Time blocking is an essential strategy in routine enhancement. Allocating dedicated periods for focused work, personal development, health, and relationships prevents fragmentation and maximizes productivity. Randomly shifting between tasks often leads to wasted time and reduced quality. Assigning specific windows for priority activities enforces discipline and ensures consistent attention to what truly matters. Routine structure creates boundaries that protect focus while accommodating flexibility for unexpected events. Each block of time becomes an intentional step toward long-term objectives. Incorporating micro-habits into daily routines compounds growth over time. Small, consistent actions are powerful because they require minimal effort, yet generate significant results when repeated. Drinking more water, reading a few pages daily, or practicing a skill for 10 minutes may seem insignificant in isolation. However, cumulative effect shapes competence, confidence, and achievement. Micro-habits, integrated into a structured routine, reduce resistance to change and make improvement sustainable. Over weeks and months, these small upgrades elevate standards and produce noticeable life transformations. Energy management within routines ensures sustainable performance. Daily schedules should balance periods of intense focus with intentional rest and recovery. High-energy windows should be dedicated to demanding or creative work. Low-energy periods can serve lighter tasks, reflection or relaxation. Nutrition, hydration, movement and mental breaks are integrated strategically to maintain consistent energy levels. Ignoring energy cycles leads to fatigue, distraction and underperformance. Upgraded routines respect the natural rhythms of body and mind to optimize output. Prioritization is a core principle of routine improvement. Not all activities deserve equal attention, and distinguishing between high-value and low-value actions is essential. Each day, identify the tasks that most directly impact long-term goals. Allocate time and effort accordingly, ensuring that critical work receives focus before less consequential activities. Avoiding busy work prevents dilution of energy and reinforces the habit of intentional action. A disciplined focus on what matters most creates momentum and consistent advancement toward aspirations. Accountability within routines reinforces commitment and reduces deviation. External or internal systems track progress, highlight inconsistencies, and maintain alignment with higher goals. This can include journaling, progress tracking, mentors or accountability partners. Regular review ensures routines evolve with changing priorities and continue to serve advancement. Accountability transforms abstract intentions into tangible, actionable, and measurable behaviors. Discipline and progress are sustained when routine choices are monitored and assessed consistently. Flexibility within upgraded routines is necessary for resilience and adaptability. Life is unpredictable, and rigid schedules can create stress when unexpected events occur. High-functioning routines include buffer periods and contingency planning to accommodate disruptions without losing momentum. Flexibility allows for adaptation while preserving focus on essential tasks. This balance between structure and adaptability ensures that routines are robust, sustainable, and supportive of higher goals regardless of circumstances. Reflection and review amplify the effectiveness of upgraded routines. Daily or weekly reflection allows assessment of accomplishments, identification of inefficiencies, and fine-tuning of practices. Journaling, self-assessment and analysis of time use reveal patterns that either support or hinder progress. This reflective process provides insight, motivates improvements, and strengthens awareness of alignment with long-term objectives. Routine improvement is a dynamic process, and consistent review ensures continuous refinement and evolution. Integration of learning into daily routines accelerates personal growth. Allocating dedicated time for skill acquisition, knowledge expansion, and intellectual stimulation ensures continuous development. Learning-focused routines enhance competence and confidence, expanding capability and opportunity. Even small daily efforts in acquiring knowledge accumulate to substantial progress over time. By embedding growth-oriented practices into routines, personal standards are elevated naturally and consistently. Learning becomes habitual rather than occasional, creating a trajectory of improvement and mastery. Physical activity and health maintenance are essential components of high-performing routines. Exercise, stretching, and movement enhance energy, focus, and resilience. Health-oriented routines also include nutrition planning, hydration, and rest cycles. Physical well-being directly influences cognitive performance, emotional stability, and productivity. Upgraded routines recognize the interconnectedness of body and mind, ensuring that daily actions sustain overall vitality. Investing time in health is non-negotiable for anyone pursuing higher goals. Eliminating or minimizing low-value habits strengthens the impact of upgraded routines. Activities such as excessive social media, passive entertainment, or mindless consumption drain energy without contributing to advancement. Identifying these habits and systematically replacing them with growth-oriented actions ensures daily practices serve progress. Discipline in habit replacement reinforces consistency and prevents gradual erosion of standards. Upgraded routines are defined not only by what is added, but also by what is intentionally removed. Intentional relationship management enhances daily routines. Interactions with family, friends, colleagues, and mentors influence mindset, motivation, and productivity. Routines should include time for nurturing meaningful relationships that provide support, guidance, and challenge. Avoiding unproductive or draining interactions preserves energy and focus for high-priority activities. By aligning social engagements with personal and professional objectives, routines reinforce a supportive environment that fosters growth. Social energy is strategically managed to enhance rather than undermine goals. Mindfulness and presence within routines increase effectiveness and satisfaction. Performing tasks with full attention and engagement maximizes output and minimizes errors. Mindless activity, even within structured routines, reduces benefits and limits potential impact. Techniques such as single tasking, focus exercises, and conscious reflection cultivate awareness and intentionality. Mindful routines ensure that every action contributes meaningfully to goals and personal fulfillment. Presence transforms ordinary habits into powerful tools for achievement. Motivation is reinforced by connecting daily routines to long-term purpose. Understanding why each action matters creates intrinsic drive to sustain disciplined practices. Linking mundane tasks to meaningful outcomes provides context, reduces resistance, and fosters consistency. Motivation fuels persistence when challenges or fatigue arise. Upgraded routines are not performed mechanically, but with awareness of their contribution to personal vision. Purpose-infused habits transform repetitive action into meaningful progress. Gradual implementation ensures routines are sustainable. Attempting radical, all-encompassing change often leads to failure and frustration. Incrementally introducing new practices allows adaptation, habit formation, and refinement. Gradual adjustments maintain momentum while preventing overwhelm. Each small improvement compounds over time, creating significant transformation. Upgraded routines evolve organically, providing lasting impact rather than temporary change. Tracking progress consolidates the benefits of upgraded routines. Using measurable indicators, journals, or checklists provides insight into consistency, performance, and alignment. Tracking reveals gaps, highlights successes, and fosters accountability. Awareness of progress reinforces commitment and motivates continued adherence. Routines become self-reinforcing when achievements are visible, creating positive feedback loops that support growth. Number 15. Focus on quality relationships instead of shallow connections. In life, most people spend endless hours connecting superficially with others, while ignoring the depth and substance that truly enrich relationships. Casual acquaintances, small talk, and online interactions often give the illusion of connection, but they rarely provide meaningful support, challenge, or growth. When you focus on quantity over quality, your energy is spread thin and relationships lack depth. Shallow connections may fill time and provide temporary comfort, but they do not contribute to personal or professional development. To create a life of fulfillment, it is essential to invest in relationships that bring value, support your growth, and align with your standards. True connections are mutually beneficial, rooted in trust, honesty, and shared purpose. The first step in cultivating quality relationships is clarity about who truly adds value to your life. Examine your current social circle and identify individuals who inspire, motivate, and challenge you to grow. Let go of connections that drain energy, foster negativity, or perpetuate complacency. Meaningful relationships demand attention and investment. Time and effort should be allocated to people who positively influence your mindset, encourage your ambitions, and share aligned values. Surrounding yourself with the right people creates a supportive environment where growth and excellence are normalized. Active listening is a cornerstone of quality relationships. Engaging fully with others, understanding their perspectives, and responding thoughtfully deepens connection and fosters trust. Many conversations are superficial because people focus more on speaking than understanding. By prioritizing active listening, you demonstrate respect and care, encouraging reciprocity and stronger bonds. Meaningful interactions occur when individuals feel truly heard and understood. Listening also reveals common goals, values, and opportunities for collaboration, enhancing both personal and professional growth. Intentionality transforms casual interactions into powerful connections. Scheduling regular time for meaningful conversations, shared activities, or collaborative projects strengthens bonds. Random or sporadic engagement rarely builds trust or loyalty. Consistency signals commitment and shows that relationships are a priority rather than a convenience. Intentionality ensures that interactions are purposeful, supportive, and mutually enriching. Over time, these deliberate actions cultivate a network of dependable, high-value relationships that positively impact life trajectory. Vulnerability plays a critical role in developing quality relationships. Sharing fears, goals, and authentic experiences allows others to connect with your true self. Vulnerability builds trust and encourages reciprocity, creating a deeper emotional connection than casual pleasantries can offer. Many people avoid vulnerability due to fear of judgment or rejection, but meaningful relationships cannot thrive without it. Expressing authentic thoughts and emotions opens the door to understanding, empathy, and genuine support, which are essential for long-term connection and mutual growth. Boundaries are essential for maintaining healthy and productive relationships. Investing in others should not come at the cost of personal energy, values, or priorities. Clear boundaries protect your time, emotional health, and focus, while demonstrating respect for yourself and others. Boundaries also ensure that relationships remain balanced and mutually supportive rather than one-sided or draining. People who respect your limits are more likely to invest positively in the relationship, reinforcing the quality of connections rather than quantity. Shared goals and aligned values form the backbone of meaningful connections. Relationships grounded in common purpose, ambition, or ethical standards are inherently stronger and more supportive. When individuals pursue aligned objectives, collaboration becomes natural, and mutual encouragement amplifies results. Aligning relationships with your values also minimizes conflict and creates an environment where growth is normalized. Quality connections thrive when both parties reinforce shared principles and support each other's journey toward higher standards. Quality relationships require active contribution and generosity. Meaningful connections flourish when both parties invest time, energy, and attention. Being reliable, supportive, and thoughtful strengthens trust and respect. Relationships based solely on personal gain tend to be superficial and short-lived. By offering genuine support and sharing knowledge, encouragement, or resources, you create bonds that are resilient, enduring, and deeply valuable. Reciprocity ensures that connections remain balanced and mutually enriching. Conflict and challenge are inevitable in any close relationship, but they can be catalysts for growth when handled constructively. Avoiding disagreements often leads to shallow interactions and unaddressed issues. Embracing honest, respectful confrontation encourages understanding, strengthens trust, and clarifies expectations. Quality relationships allow space for constructive challenge and personal accountability. Handling conflict with maturity enhances depth, reinforces commitment, and strengthens the resilience of the connection. Regular reflection on your social network ensures continued alignment with your goals and values. Periodically assess which relationships contribute to growth and which create stagnation or distraction. This process may require letting go of connections that no longer serve your trajectory. While this can be difficult, maintaining high standards in relationships is essential for personal excellence. Strategic evaluation ensures that energy is invested wisely, fostering a circle of individuals who inspire, challenge, and support your highest self. Celebrating successes together strengthens bonds and reinforces the value of quality relationships. Shared joy, recognition, and acknowledgement deepen emotional connection and build lasting memories. Celebrating milestones communicates care, respect, and attention to the other person's achievements. These positive interactions increase trust and reinforce patterns of mutual support. Quality relationships thrive on shared victories, encouragement, and recognition of each other's contributions. Mentorship and guidance are powerful elements of high-value relationships. Surrounding yourself with individuals who possess experience, wisdom, and perspective accelerates learning and personal growth. Mentors challenge your thinking, provide insight, and offer constructive feedback. Simultaneously, offering guidance to others fosters reciprocity and strengthens bonds. Both giving and receiving mentorship elevate the relationship from casual acquaintance to impactful connection that shapes trajectory. Intentional networking can cultivate quality over quantity. Rather than attempting to meet as many people as possible, focus on establishing deep, meaningful connections with individuals who align with your purpose and values. Engage in activities, groups, or communities where high-value connections naturally form. Meaningful networking prioritizes long-term benefit and relationship depth rather than immediate gain or superficial contact. Strategic connection ensures that your social circle is supportive, inspiring, and aligned with personal and professional objectives. Trust is the foundation of quality relationships. Trust is built over time through consistent honesty, reliability, and integrity. Without trust, connections remain shallow and fragile, demonstrating dependability, keeping commitments, and being authentic reinforce trust. In turn, trust allows for vulnerability, collaboration, and mutual support. Quality relationships thrive in environments where trust is established, maintained, and nurtured continuously. Energy alignment is critical in determining relationship quality. Some connections may feel draining, negative, or misaligned with personal values. High-value relationships create positivity, motivation, and encouragement. Being mindful of the energy dynamics in interactions ensures that relationships reinforce rather than undermine growth. Energy-aligned relationships foster an environment where both parties feel supported, motivated, and challenged in ways that elevate performance and well-being. Reciprocity is a key indicator of relationship quality. Relationships must balance giving and receiving to remain healthy and sustaining. One-sided connections often result in burnout, resentment, or disengagement. High-value relationships are marked by mutual support, respect, and investment. Both parties contribute meaningfully to each other's lives, reinforcing the bond and creating long-term resilience. Reciprocity ensures that relationships remain productive, rewarding, and aligned with higher standards. Vulnerability, trust, and mutual respect intersect to create transformative relationships. These bonds encourage growth, accountability, and authenticity. Superficial connections often lack these qualities, resulting in limited impact and shallow interaction. Transformative relationships require commitment, honesty, and intentional investment from both parties. They challenge individuals to be better, pursue higher standards, and achieve more than they could alone. Quality relationships also provide emotional stability and resilience. In times of stress, challenge, or transition, strong connections serve as anchors, offering perspective, support, and encouragement. Shallow networks rarely provide this depth of assistance. By investing in high-value relationships, you ensure a reliable support system that contributes to emotional well-being, motivation, and perseverance. Emotional resilience stems from the presence of meaningful, dependable relationships in your life. Investing in quality relationships is an ongoing process, not a one-time effort. Relationships evolve over time and require consistent attention, care, and adaptation. Maintaining alignment with values, goals, and energy levels ensures that these relationships remain positive and impactful. Neglecting growth in relationships risks erosion of trust, depth, and influence. Consistent nurturing solidifies connections, creating a network of individuals who amplify success, growth, and fulfillment. In summary, focusing on quality relationships instead of shallow connections transforms the social environment into a catalyst for growth, support, and fulfillment. Superficial relationships offer temporary comfort but rarely contribute to long-term achievement or personal development. By prioritizing meaningful interactions, aligned values, trust, vulnerability, reciprocity, and active investment, individuals cultivate a network that challenges, motivates, and sustains them. Quality relationships become a cornerstone of elevated standards, consistent growth, and a fulfilled life. The next outline to generate will be number 16. Trust your worth and act with unshakable confidence. Number 16. Trust your worth and act with unshakable confidence. Life has a way of testing the limits of self-belief. Many people walk through their days questioning their value, doubting their abilities, and waiting for external validation. This constant search for approval often leads to hesitation, missed opportunities, and unnecessary anxiety. The reality is that no one can validate your worth more effectively than you can. Trusting your worth is not about arrogance or entitlement. It is about recognizing the inherent value you bring to every situation, relationship, and decision. When you embrace your true value, your actions naturally align with confidence, clarity, and purpose. Confidence begins with awareness of your strengths and achievements. Reflect on past experiences where you succeeded, overcame obstacles, or learned valuable lessons. These moments are proof of your capability and resilience. Writing them down or verbalizing them reinforces your internal recognition of worth. Many people dismiss their accomplishments as ordinary, but every success contributes to building credibility and self-trust. By actively acknowledging these moments, you lay a foundation for unwavering self-confidence that informs every decision and interaction. Acting with unshakable confidence requires a mental shift from self-doubt to certainty. Doubt often stems from fear of failure, rejection, or judgment. When fear dominates, opportunities are avoided, and growth stalls. Replacing doubt with deliberate belief in your competence transforms your approach to challenges. Confidence is reflected in posture, tone, and decisiveness. Every action taken with certainty sends a signal not only to others, but to yourself, that you trust your capacity. Confidence is cultivated through repeated practice and intentional reinforcement of self-worth. Boundaries are essential in demonstrating self-respect and reinforcing personal value. When you act with unshakable confidence, You naturally set limits on what is acceptable in interactions and commitments. This clarity prevents exploitation, overextension, and emotional depletion. People respond to those who honor their own value with respect and seriousness. Clear boundaries communicate that you recognize your worth and will not compromise it for approval or convenience. Acting confidently involves both claiming your space and protecting it consistently. Decision-making is a direct reflection of self-worth. Those who doubt their value often defer choices to others or accept subpar circumstances. Acting from confidence requires decisiveness, grounded in belief in your judgment. Every decision, from small daily choices to major life directions, should reflect an understanding that your perspective is valid. Hesitation signals self-doubt, while clarity and conviction demonstrate self-trust. Confident decision-making allows you to navigate life proactively rather than reactively. Body language and communication are integral to conveying unshakable confidence. Posture, eye contact, and voice tone communicate value without words. Speaking with clarity, without unnecessary filler or hesitation, reinforces internal belief in worth. Many individuals underestimate the influence of nonverbal signals. By aligning body and mind with confidence, your presence commands attention and fosters respect. When you carry yourself with assurance, others instinctively recognize your competence and credibility. Failure is an inevitable part of life, yet it is often a primary reason people doubt their worth. Acting with unshakable confidence does not mean expecting perfection. It means recognizing that mistakes are learning opportunities rather than reflections of inadequacy. Confident individuals approach setbacks with curiosity, problem-solving, and resilience. Each failure becomes a stepping stone toward greater competence and mastery. Embracing this mindset reinforces belief in your value regardless of temporary outcomes. Preparation and competence strengthen confidence. When you are well prepared, knowledge and skills reinforce your trust in your ability to handle challenges. Underpreparedness often fuels anxiety and undermines self-belief. Consistent learning, practice, and refinement of skills build competence that naturally translates to confidence. Confidence is not merely internal perception, but is validated by tangible readiness. The combination of preparation and self-belief ensures you approach every situation with assurance and poise. Self-talk shapes internal belief and impacts external actions. Negative self-talk erodes confidence and diminishes performance. Replace limiting thoughts with affirmations of capability, value, and resilience. Statements like "I am capable of handling this" or "my contribution is valuable" reinforce internal trust. Over time, this practice rewires the mind to naturally operate from confidence. Every thought aligned with self-worth strengthens the foundation for unshakable action and decision-making. Visualization is a powerful tool for cultivating confidence. Imagining success, mastery, or effective performance primes the mind and reduces fear. Visualization builds familiarity with desired outcomes and reinforces belief in your ability to achieve them. Many high achievers attribute part of their confidence to consistent mental rehearsal. By regularly visualizing positive outcomes, you prepare both mind and body to act with certainty, translating imagined success into real-world performance. Surrounding yourself with affirming influences amplifies confidence. People who uplift, challenge, and respect you reinforce your self-belief. Conversely, environments filled with negativity or constant criticism erode internal trust. Confident individuals are selective about the influences they allow in their life. Strategic association with supportive, high-value individuals creates a feedback loop of encouragement and growth. External reinforcement can catalyze internal belief when aligned with personal standards and effort. Consistency in actions reinforces self-worth and confidence. Confidence is not a one-time effort, but a daily practice. Each decision, interaction, and commitment provides an opportunity to demonstrate self-trust. By consistently showing up, following through, and honoring personal values, confidence becomes ingrained in behavior. Repetition of positive, value-aligned actions strengthens the mind's recognition of capability and worth. Confidence grows exponentially when lived consistently rather than intermittently. Facing challenges head-on is a defining feature of unshakable confidence. Avoidance signals self-doubt and fear, while confrontation demonstrates belief in capability. Challenges are opportunities to apply skills, reinforce competence, and validate personal value. Every obstacle successfully navigated strengthens internal conviction. Confidence thrives in environments where challenges are approached proactively, lessons are learned, and progress is acknowledged. This cycle builds resilience, mastery, and trust in oneself. Gratitude for personal strengths nurtures confidence. Recognizing unique abilities, talents, and contributions fosters an internal sense of worth. Many people overlook their own capabilities, focusing instead on perceived shortcomings. By regularly reflecting on strengths and achievements, self-worth is reinforced. Gratitude also cultivates humility, balancing confidence with perspective. When you value your abilities, you naturally act with assurance and make decisions aligned with your highest self. Authenticity is inseparable from true confidence. Pretending to be someone else or masking insecurities undermines internal belief. Acting from authenticity requires self-awareness, acceptance, and courage. When your actions reflect genuine values and character, confidence is effortless and persuasive. Authentic individuals exude presence, clarity, and integrity. Trusting your worth is grounded in the ability to be fully yourself, without apology or pretense. Risk-taking is a natural outcome of unshakable confidence. Confidence empowers decisive action even in uncertainty. Fear of failure diminishes potential and fosters hesitation. When you trust your worth, calculated risks become opportunities rather than threats. Taking risks aligned with personal goals expands capability, reinforces self-belief, and generates momentum towards success. Confident individuals view risk as a necessary step in growth, rather than a reflection of inadequacy. Mentorship and guidance can bolster confidence, especially when navigating uncharted areas. Seeking advice, feedback, and perspective from experienced individuals complements internal belief with practical insight. Confidence is strengthened when combined with knowledge, preparation, and guidance. Mentorship is not a crutch, but a strategic support that accelerates competence. Acting with unshakable confidence does not exclude learning. It integrates external wisdom with internal trust. Self-care and physical presence influence confidence. Adequate rest, nutrition, exercise, and grooming impact energy, focus, and mindset. When your body is cared for, mental clarity and self-assurance improve. Confidence is not purely psychological. It is embodied in posture, vitality, and alertness. Attending to physical well-being enhances the ability to act decisively and project assurance in every interaction. Resilience in the face of criticism reinforces self-worth. Not all feedback is accurate or constructive, yet confident individuals navigate criticism with discernment. Separating personal value from external opinion protects self-belief. Constructive critique is absorbed selectively, while unhelpful judgment is acknowledged without diminishing self-worth. Confidence is strengthened by understanding that worth is inherent and independent of others' perceptions. Celebrating incremental progress reinforces trust in personal capacity. Confidence is built over time through repeated experiences of competence and achievement. Recognizing small victories validates effort and capability. Many overlook minor accomplishments, focusing only on large milestones. By acknowledging daily successes, internal belief is continuously reinforced, and self-trust becomes deeply embedded. In conclusion, trusting your worth and acting with unshakable confidence transforms both internal mindset and external reality. Confidence is a product of self-awareness, preparation, authenticity, resilience, and consistent action. It is expressed through decisions, communication, and presence, influencing outcomes in every area of life. By integrating reflection, affirmation, boundaries, and strategic risk-taking, confidence becomes enduring rather than conditional. Acting from unshakable self-worth elevates standards, unlocks potential, and attracts opportunities that align with your highest self. Number 17. Hold yourself accountable to the promises you make. Life is filled with distractions, temptations, and constant demands that pull your attention in multiple directions. Many people promise themselves goals, habits, or changes they want to implement, but fail to follow through consistently. This failure is not always due to lack of ability, but often comes from a lack of personal accountability. Accountability begins internally, with a commitment to honor the word you give to yourself before anyone else. When you hold yourself accountable, you stop blaming circumstances, other people, or external challenges for unmet promises. You accept responsibility for your actions, your choices, and your outcomes. This mindset transforms how you approach life, turning intentions into tangible results and aspirations into reality. Promises to yourself are the foundation of trust and integrity. If you repeatedly break commitments to yourself, you erode confidence and self-belief. Every promise kept reinforces the understanding that you are reliable, capable, and disciplined. Start with small commitments, such as waking up at a consistent time, completing a daily task, or dedicating time to personal growth. These small victories build momentum and internal trust. Over time, you develop a track record of consistency that strengthens confidence, fuels motivation, and solidifies your identity as someone who follows through. Setting realistic and clear goals is critical for maintaining accountability. Ambiguous or overly ambitious promises are difficult to track and easy to break. Define exactly what you want to achieve and establish measurable benchmarks. For instance, rather than promising to exercise more, commit to walk 30 minutes every morning for 5 days a week. This clarity transforms vague intentions into actionable commitments. By tracking progress, you create a system where you can assess adherence, celebrate successes, and make adjustments when necessary. Accountability thrives in structured and transparent frameworks. Self-monitoring is an essential tool for accountability. Keeping a journal, checklist, or digital log of promises ensures awareness of progress. Reflection allows you to identify patterns, understand obstacles, and adjust strategies. Many people fail not because they lack discipline, but because they lose sight of their commitments. Writing down and reviewing promises keeps intentions at the forefront of daily decisions. Awareness is the first step in bridging the gap between intention and action, providing a tangible method to maintain accountability over time. Discipline and consistency reinforce personal accountability. Following through on promises requires deliberate effort, even when motivation wanes. Motivation is temporary, but discipline is enduring. Developing routines and habits aligned with your commitments minimizes reliance on fleeting willpower. Daily repetition of small actions compounds into meaningful results. When you consistently honor your word, your mind internalizes a pattern of reliability, and your external actions reflect integrity and purpose. Accountability and discipline are inseparable. One cannot exist without the other. Accountability also requires honesty with oneself. It is easy to rationalize failures or shift blame to circumstances, but true accountability begins with candid self-assessment. Acknowledge when promises are broken, analyze why, and implement corrective measures. Avoiding excuses and confronting reality strengthens character and resilience. Honest reflection fosters growth, allowing you to learn from mistakes instead of repeating them. Personal accountability is a mirror of self-respect and commitment to improvement. Accountability extends beyond personal goals to interpersonal relationships. When you promise someone action or support, following through demonstrates reliability, trustworthiness, and respect. Failing to honor commitments damages relationships and reputation. The habit of accountability in personal tasks carries over to professional and social spheres. People naturally respond to those who consistently honor promises with trust, collaboration, and respect. Your word becomes a measure of your credibility, and accountability becomes a magnet for opportunities and partnerships. Overcoming procrastination is a crucial aspect of accountability. Delaying actions erodes trust in yourself and weakens progress toward goals. Procrastination often masquerades as prioritization, but it is a subtle form of breaking promises to yourself. To counteract this, break tasks into smaller steps and assign deadlines. Begin immediately on commitments rather than waiting for ideal conditions. Momentum builds through action, and consistent execution reinforces reliability and self-trust. Every completed task strengthens confidence in your capacity to follow through. Accountability requires courage, especially when the outcomes are challenging or uncomfortable. Many promises involve confronting fears, stepping outside comfort zones, or undertaking difficult tasks. Following through despite discomfort strengthens resilience and self-belief. Avoidance diminishes potential, while action, even in adversity, demonstrates commitment and integrity. Courage in honoring promises nurtures a mindset of persistence, teaching that reliability is not dependent on convenience or ease, but on consistent effort and determination. External accountability mechanisms can support internal discipline. Sharing goals with mentors, coaches, or peers creates structured expectations and reinforces follow-through. Reporting progress to someone you respect increases responsibility and reduces the tendency to rationalize inaction. While ultimate accountability resides within, external structures enhance consistency. Combining internal commitment with external oversight maximizes the likelihood of achieving meaningful goals and maintaining integrity in actions. Celebrating achievements reinforces accountability by linking action with positive reinforcement. Every time a promise is fulfilled, acknowledge the effort, process, and results. This celebration strengthens motivation, affirms the value of consistency, and cultivates pride in reliability. Recognition of small victories maintains momentum and provides tangible evidence that accountability produces meaningful outcomes. The habit of honoring commitments becomes self-reinforcing when paired with acknowledgement of progress. Learning from broken promises is an essential part of accountability. Failures are inevitable, but how you respond defines growth. Analyze what led to the lapse, adjust strategies, and recommit with renewed focus. Accountability is not about perfection, but about continual effort and learning. By approaching setbacks as lessons rather than defeats, you transform mistakes into opportunities to strengthen self-discipline and reliability. Each recommitment reinforces the mindset that promises are sacred and worth honoring. Time management is a critical tool for maintaining accountability. Many broken promises result from poor prioritization, overcommitment, or inefficient planning. Allocating dedicated time to tasks ensures commitments are realistic and achievable. Scheduling and structuring activities reduces the risk of neglect and enhances focus. Accountability thrives in an environment where intentions are supported by practical planning, and every promise is backed by the allocation of sufficient time and resources. Personal accountability fosters self-respect. When you honor your commitments, you validate your own value and capability. Conversely, neglecting promises fosters self-doubt and diminishes confidence. Respect for yourself grows each time you fulfill what you set out to do. Accountability is a direct reflection of integrity and character. Over time, the consistent practice of honoring promises cultivates a strong sense of self-worth that permeates all aspects of life. Accountability is closely tied to goal achievement. Unfulfilled promises stall progress, while consistent follow-through accelerates growth. Every action taken in alignment with commitments builds momentum toward larger aspirations. By holding yourself accountable, you create a reliable trajectory of achievement. Each fulfilled promise is a stepping stone toward mastery, success, and personal evolution. The habit of accountability converts intention into tangible results, ensuring that dreams are transformed into reality. Accountability reinforces credibility and leadership. People who consistently honor commitments earn respect and influence. Reliability communicates competence, responsibility, and trustworthiness. In professional and personal environments, accountability distinguishes those who deliver from those who fail to follow through. Leadership begins with self-discipline, and the practice of honoring promises strengthens your ability to guide, inspire, and impact others positively. Accountability is therefore both a personal and social asset. Self-discipline and self-accountability are inseparable. Discipline enables consistent action, while accountability ensures that promises are upheld. Without self-discipline, intentions remain unfulfilled. Without accountability, discipline may lack direction and purpose. Together, they create a powerful framework for achieving personal goals, building trust, and cultivating resilience. Developing both habits ensures that your commitments are consistently honored and your actions produce meaningful results. Integrity underpins accountability. Every promise made is a reflection of values, ethics, and commitment. Acting in alignment with your word demonstrates moral strength and reinforces self-trust. Integrity ensures that accountability is not selective or convenient, but universal across circumstances. By maintaining integrity, you build a personal brand of reliability and authenticity. Others perceive your word as dependable, and your internal confidence is strengthened through alignment between actions and principles. Persistence in accountability strengthens resilience and capability. Challenges, distractions, or setbacks may tempt deviation from commitments. Persistence ensures that promises are followed through despite obstacles. This consistent effort builds confidence, fortifies discipline, and establishes a track record of reliability. By refusing to abandon commitments in the face of difficulty, you cultivate mental toughness and a reputation for unwavering consistency. Accountability becomes a habit and a defining aspect of personal character. Self-reflection is essential for sustainable accountability. Periodically reviewing promises, evaluating progress, and assessing personal growth allows you to adjust strategies, set new goals, and recommit to existing ones. Reflection provides insight into strengths, weaknesses, and patterns that impact follow-through. By engaging in regular self-assessment, you maintain awareness of commitments and reinforce the discipline necessary for consistent action. Accountability is strengthened through continuous evaluation and conscious adjustment of behavior. Accountability enhances personal freedom. Many people feel constrained by obligations or external pressures, but true freedom comes from reliability to oneself. Fulfilling commitments reduces internal conflict, prevents procrastination, and aligns actions with values. When you are accountable, you operate from a place of integrity and clarity rather than guilt or inconsistency. Accountability liberates the mind, creating space for focus, creativity, and proactive engagement with life. In conclusion, holding yourself accountable to the promises you make is a transformative practice that shapes character, builds trust, and ensures progress. Accountability begins with internal commitment, is reinforced by discipline and reflection, and manifests in tangible action. It strengthens self-respect, credibility, and leadership, while cultivating resilience and persistence. By integrating personal accountability into every aspect of life, intentions are consistently transformed into results, and the integrity of word and action becomes a defining hallmark of your personal and professional identity. Number 18. Say no to anything that does not serve growth. Life constantly presents opportunities, distractions, and demands that compete for your attention and energy. Most people struggle not because of a lack of ambition, but because they say yes to too many things that do not align with their growth. Learning to say no is not about being rude or selfish. It is about protecting your energy and focusing on what truly matters. Every commitment consumes resources, time, and mental space. Saying yes to what does not serve growth gradually erodes potential and dilutes focus. Growth requires careful selection of what you engage in and the courage to decline what hinders progress. Your ability to say no determines the trajectory of your personal and professional life. Saying no starts with clarity about your goals and values. Without knowing what you truly want, it is easy to be swayed by the expectations of others. Define the life, habits, and standards that are non-negotiable. Once your priorities are clear, declining opportunities or requests that do not align becomes straightforward. This clarity empowers decision-making and ensures that your energy is spent only on what contributes to growth. Each no strengthens focus and reinforces the habit of intentional living. Saying no is an act of self-respect and an investment in your future. Boundaries are essential for maintaining the discipline to say no. Many people overcommit because they fail to set clear limits on their time and energy. Boundaries act as a framework that guides decisions and prevents overextension. They protect mental space and allow concentration on meaningful work. Boundaries are not a limitation but a safeguard for growth. By communicating boundaries effectively, you prevent distractions and avoid situations that dilute your potential. Each boundary reinforces the practice of saying no to what does not contribute to your progress. Saying no often involves overcoming guilt and fear of disappointment. People fear rejection, confrontation, or being perceived as uncooperative. However, every yes given to something unaligned is a yes stolen from your goals. Guilt is a natural response, but should not dictate choices. Fear diminishes when you prioritize personal growth over temporary approval. The more you practice saying no, the more confidence you build in making decisions that honor your growth. Saying no is not an act of denial, it is an act of empowerment and strategic focus. Recognizing opportunities that are distractions is crucial. Not all opportunities labeled as beneficial actually serve your long-term objectives. Some may appear rewarding immediately but drain time, energy, or focus. Evaluate each situation critically before committing. Ask whether it aligns with your vision, values, or goals. If it does not, decline with confidence. The ability to distinguish between true growth and distraction protects progress and ensures that your energy is invested in meaningful pursuits. Discernment is key to effective decision-making. Saying no strengthens discipline and self-mastery. It requires the ability to resist immediate gratification, peer pressure, or habitual reactions. Self-mastery grows as you consistently prioritize long-term objectives over short-term impulses. Every no reinforces control over choices, building resilience and mental strength. Over time, decision-making becomes intuitive and aligned with personal standards. Discipline cultivated through saying no becomes the foundation of high achievement and consistent growth. Saying no creates space for higher value activities. Every yes carries an opportunity cost. By refusing what does not serve growth, you free time, energy, and attention for what truly matters. This may include learning, building relationships that elevate you, or pursuing goals aligned with your vision. Space allows for creativity, focus, and deeper engagement in meaningful tasks. The more intentional your choices, the greater the quality and impact of your efforts. Saying no is a tool to maximize the return on your time and energy. Communication is a vital part of saying no effectively. It is important to express your decision clearly and respectfully, without over-explaining or apologizing excessively. Honesty, brevity, and confidence convey firmness and clarity. Explaining motives is optional. The focus is on your priorities and growth. Effective communication reduces misunderstandings and reinforces the habit of making deliberate choices. Practicing respectful no statements builds confidence and reduces internal conflict when declining requests or invitations. Saying no requires self-awareness and reflection. It is easy to say yes out of habit, fear, or obligation. Regular reflection helps identify areas where energy is being wasted on unaligned tasks. Journaling or assessing commitments can reveal patterns of distraction or overcommitment. Awareness is the first step in making intentional choices. By reflecting on where your energy goes, you strengthen the ability to decline what does not serve growth and focus on what propels you forward. Self-awareness enhances decision-making and intentional living. Saying no builds respect from others. People recognize and respond positively to those who protect their time, focus, and priorities. Boundaries and intentional decisions create a reputation for reliability, focus, and integrity. When others see that your yes has meaning and your no is consistent, they begin to respect your judgment. Respect is earned through consistent action and clear standards. By saying no to what does not serve growth, you reinforce credibility and influence in personal and professional spheres. The habit of saying no is cumulative. Each time you decline something that does not contribute to growth, you reinforce mental strength and clarity. Over time, decision-making becomes instinctive and aligned with priorities. This cumulative effect ensures that your life trajectory is shaped by intentional choices rather than external pressures or distractions. Habits of disciplined refusal compound into a lifestyle of focused growth and achievement. Each no contributes to a larger pattern of success. Saying no can reduce stress and overwhelm. Many people feel burdened by too many obligations that dilute focus and energy. Overcommitment leads to fatigue, mistakes, and frustration. Learning to decline unaligned requests alleviates pressure and preserves mental clarity. Prioritizing tasks that truly matter creates a sense of control and accomplishment. By strategically saying no, you reclaim energy, reduce stress, and maintain a sustainable pace toward long-term goals. Balance and focus come from selective engagement. Saying no also encourages personal responsibility. It requires evaluating opportunities independently rather than reacting to external expectations. This habit builds autonomy and reinforces self-trust. Taking control of your yes and no decisions ensures that life is shaped by your intentions rather than the agendas of others. Personal responsibility develops leadership and self-mastery. Each deliberate refusal strengthens confidence in your ability to guide your own growth and life direction. Saying no does not mean isolation or lack of generosity. It means selective engagement with purpose. By prioritizing growth, you ensure that your contributions and efforts are meaningful and impactful. Your yes carries weight because it is intentional. This approach enhances productivity, influence, and satisfaction. Saying no is a strategic tool, not a rejection of collaboration or kindness. Intentional decisions amplify the value of actions and relationships. Time management and saying no are inseparable. Without the courage to decline non-essential tasks, schedules become overrun and priorities neglected. Saying no ensures alignment between available time and high-value activities. Strategic refusal allows for deeper focus and execution on tasks that accelerate progress. Time, like energy, is finite, and intentional use determines outcomes. Mastering the art of no is mastering the effective allocation of time toward meaningful objectives. Saying no develops resilience and mental toughness. It often requires confronting social pressure, fear of judgment, or internal resistance. Each refusal builds the ability to prioritize long-term benefits over short-term approval. Over time, resilience grows, creating a mindset of disciplined, value-driven action. Mental toughness emerges as the practice of saying no becomes consistent and habitual. Strength is cultivated through deliberate, sometimes uncomfortable choices. Saying no creates a life of alignment and purpose. When you engage only in what serves growth, your daily actions, habits, and decisions reinforce your vision and goals. Life becomes intentional, focused, and progressive. Misaligned tasks, distractions, and obligations are minimized, allowing clarity of purpose and consistent forward movement. Alignment between choices and aspirations ensures that energy is invested in what truly matters. The ability to decline unaligned activities preserves the integrity of personal vision. In conclusion, saying no to anything that does not serve growth is a transformative skill that safeguards energy, builds focus, and strengthens self-mastery. It requires clarity, courage, discipline, and self-awareness. Each refusal reinforces personal priorities, creates space for meaningful work, reduces stress, and enhances long-term progress. This practice fosters respect from others, builds autonomy, and ensures alignment between actions and aspirations. Saying no is not merely a decision, it is a strategic tool for constructing a life of growth, purpose, and achievement. Number 19. Celebrate progress as proof of your rising standards. Most people spend their lives chasing the next milestone without ever stopping to acknowledge how far they have come. They compare themselves to others, and in doing so, they dismiss the progress they have already achieved. This constant chase for more without recognition creates burnout, frustration, and a sense of failure. The truth is that every step forward, no matter how small, is evidence that you are elevating your standards. Progress is not only about reaching the end goal, but also about proving to yourself that you are moving beyond who you were yesterday. When you celebrate progress, you confirm that growth is happening and that your standards are evolving with each step. Celebrating progress is not about arrogance or self-indulgence. It is about reinforcing the belief that you are capable of growth. Recognition builds confidence and reminds you that change is possible. Each achievement, no matter the size, becomes a marker of transformation. By acknowledging progress, you train your mind to see improvement and to trust the process. Without this recognition, progress can feel invisible and motivation can disappear. Celebration is the fuel that keeps the journey alive and ensures that your standards continue to rise. Most people overlook progress because they expect instant results. They want massive transformation overnight and fail to value the small wins that create long-term change. Growth happens gradually, and each step compounds into significant transformation. By dismissing progress, you rob yourself of the satisfaction that comes from improvement. Celebrating small wins reminds you that consistency is powerful. It shifts your focus from impatience to persistence. When you celebrate progress, you honor the process as much as the outcome. Celebration reinforces discipline. When you acknowledge progress, you create a positive association with effort. This makes it easier to stay consistent because you begin to enjoy the process. Progress becomes more than numbers or outcomes. It becomes a reflection of discipline and resilience. The more you celebrate, the stronger your desire to keep pushing forward. Celebration transforms effort into joy and persistence into motivation. Without celebration, discipline feels like punishment, but with celebration, discipline feels like empowerment. Progress proves that your standards are rising. The person who once accepted mediocrity now demands more from themselves. Each milestone reflects that you are no longer settling for less. Celebrating progress is proof that you are holding yourself to higher expectations. Standards rise, not by accident, but through intentional effort and acknowledgement. By celebrating progress, you solidify those standards and make them non-negotiable. The recognition of growth transforms temporary habits into permanent ways of living. Celebrating progress changes your relationship with failure. Instead of seeing setbacks as the end, you begin to see them as part of the journey. You recognize that even in failure, lessons are gained and growth is possible. By focusing on progress, you reduce the weight of perfectionism and build resilience. Failure no longer defines you because you can see how far you have already come. Celebration reminds you that growth is not about being flawless, but about consistently moving forward. Progress must be measured in ways that are meaningful. It is not always about money, titles, or recognition. Sometimes progress is about making better decisions, managing emotions, or staying disciplined when it is hard. Progress can be as simple as saying no to a distraction or following through on a promise to yourself. By defining progress beyond external validation, you reclaim the power of measurement. Celebrating meaningful progress keeps your focus on personal growth rather than external comparison. Comparison is one of the greatest enemies of celebrating progress. When you compare your journey to others, you dismiss your own growth. Everyone has different starting points, challenges, and goals. By comparing, you overlook the victories that matter to you. Celebration shifts your focus inward and reminds you that the only competition that matters is with your past self. This mindset creates freedom from external pressure and allows you to appreciate progress at your own pace. Celebrating progress also builds gratitude. It shifts attention from what you lack to what you have achieved. Gratitude strengthens resilience because it reminds you of past victories during challenging times. When you celebrate, you reinforce the belief that you are capable of achieving more. Gratitude creates optimism and builds momentum. The more you celebrate, the more you see opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Gratitude and progress together create a cycle of motivation and confidence. Progress is not just personal but also relational. When you celebrate your growth, you inspire others to do the same. People around you begin to see what is possible when standards are raised. Your celebration becomes a model for others to recognize and value their own progress. By openly acknowledging growth, you create a culture of improvement and encouragement. Inspiration spreads when progress is recognized and celebrated consistently. Celebration should be intentional and consistent. Waiting for huge milestones creates long periods of discouragement. Instead, set regular checkpoints to review progress and acknowledge growth. This keeps motivation high and creates continuous reinforcement of your standards. Even small celebrations can provide enough momentum to keep moving forward. Intentional recognition builds a rhythm of progress that keeps the journey sustainable and fulfilling. Celebration does not mean complacency. Acknowledging progress is not the same as settling for where you are. It is a way to recognize effort while still pushing toward higher goals. Celebration fuels ambition rather than diminishes it. By celebrating, you remind yourself that growth is happening and that greater possibilities are within reach. Celebration is both a reward for effort and a reminder to keep striving. Progress celebrated in the present creates hope for the future. When you can see how far you have come, you begin to believe in how much further you can go. This belief builds momentum and vision. The future no longer feels overwhelming because the evidence of progress proves that growth is possible. Celebrating past and present wins makes the future less intimidating and more achievable. Hope grows stronger with every acknowledgement of progress. The act of celebration is also a practice of mindfulness. It brings you into the present moment and allows you to fully experience growth as it happens. Instead of rushing past achievements, you pause to appreciate them. Mindfulness through celebration creates joy in the journey. It helps you realize that progress is not only about reaching goals, but also about experiencing fulfillment along the way. Mindful celebration deepens satisfaction and prevents life from feeling like a constant race. Progress must be celebrated authentically. Empty praise or superficial recognition has little impact. Authentic celebration comes from truly valuing the effort and change behind the achievement. This requires honesty with yourself about what matters. Authenticity creates deeper meaning and makes celebration powerful. When you genuinely celebrate your growth, it strengthens self-belief and commitment to higher standards. Authentic celebration transforms acknowledgement into empowerment. Progress is often invisible to others, but deeply felt within. The world may not see the effort you put into discipline, resilience, or emotional growth. External recognition is not always guaranteed, but your celebration validates the unseen work. By celebrating privately, you honor your growth regardless of external validation. Internal celebration builds self-reliance and ensures that your worth is not tied to outside approval. The most powerful progress is often the progress that only you can measure. Celebration strengthens identity. Each recognition of progress reshapes how you see yourself. You begin to identify as someone who grows, improves, and demands more from life. Identity drives behavior, and the stronger your identity as someone who grows, the more likely you are to maintain high standards. Celebrating progress makes growth part of who you are, not just what you do. This identity shift creates lasting change and unshakable confidence. In the end, celebrating progress is not optional, but essential for a life of rising standards. It provides proof that growth is happening and reinforces the belief that more is possible. Celebration builds confidence, discipline, gratitude, and resilience. It prevents burnout, reduces comparison, and creates joy in the journey. Progress celebrated today becomes the foundation for greater victories tomorrow. By celebrating progress, you affirm your commitment to living at higher standards and create a cycle of growth that never ends. Number 20. Believe a better life comes from higher expectations. Most people wake up each day with the same routine and the same low bar they set for themselves years ago. They convince themselves that comfort is enough, yet deep inside they feel the constant ache of dissatisfaction. They want more but stop themselves from reaching higher because they believe a better life is for others and not for them. This mindset keeps them trapped in cycles of mediocrity, repeating the same patterns and calling it stability. The truth is that a better life does not come from luck, connections, or chance, but from raising the expectations you set for yourself every single day. When you demand more, you create the possibility for more. Expectations shape every choice you make. If you expect little from yourself, you will always choose the easiest path and accept less than you deserve. If you expect more, you begin to see opportunities where others see obstacles. The way you define your standards becomes the way you live your life. Every result you have today is tied to the expectations you carried yesterday. When you choose to raise them, you create an entirely different future. A better life is born when you stop settling and start demanding that your reality reflects your true potential. Believing in higher expectations requires courage, because it forces you to confront the truth about your current life. Many people avoid raising expectations because it means admitting they have settled for less than they deserve. It means facing habits that do not serve growth and relationships that drain energy. Higher expectations demand honesty, and honesty is uncomfortable, but without honesty, there is no progress. When you face the truth, you begin to see that your life can rise to match the standards you decide to hold. A better life is not only about material success, it is about peace of mind, fulfillment, and the feeling that you are living with purpose. Higher expectations challenge you to demand more in every area, not just in wealth or achievements. They push you to improve your health, to build stronger relationships, to pursue knowledge, and to protect your energy. When you believe in higher expectations, you stop separating areas of your life and start creating balance. You understand that a better life is built through harmony and not through neglect. The danger of low expectations is that they normalize mediocrity. They make it acceptable to live with stress, poor health, and unfulfilling routines. Low expectations convince you that you should be grateful for just surviving instead of thriving. They create a life where you settle for almost, but never reach complete. The tragedy is not in failing, but in never expecting enough to even try. Higher expectations shift the standard from surviving to thriving, from average to exceptional, and from temporary comfort to lasting fulfillment. Raising expectations changes your environment. When you expect more from yourself, you stop tolerating negativity and distraction around you. You begin to seek people, places, and opportunities that match your standards. Low expectations keep you stuck in circles that do not grow, while high expectations lead you to environments that challenge and inspire you. The moment you raise your expectations, you begin to see who and what belongs in your life. You discover that the environment that once felt comfortable now feels limiting, and you rise above it. Every decision becomes different when guided by higher expectations. You no longer choose what is easiest, but what is aligned with your vision. You no longer tolerate excuses, but replace them with consistent action. You no longer accept disrespect because you know your worth. Higher expectations filter your decisions and ensure that they push you closer to the life you want. With every choice aligned to higher standards, a better life becomes not only possible but inevitable. One of the biggest obstacles to believing in higher expectations is fear of failure. People lower their standards to avoid disappointment. They convince themselves that expecting less means protecting themselves from pain. But the reality is that expecting less creates more pain because it guarantees a life of regret. Failure is temporary, but regret lasts forever. Higher expectations are worth the risk because they give you the chance to create a life you are proud of. Without them, you are left with the emptiness of never trying. Believing in higher expectations is not about arrogance, but about responsibility. It is the recognition that you are responsible for the life you live. It is the refusal to hand over control to luck, excuses, or circumstances. When you raise your expectations, you accept that change begins with you. This responsibility is empowering because it puts you in control of your growth. A better life is not handed to you, but built through the standards you demand of yourself. Higher expectations require consistent action. It is not enough to say you want better while living the same way. Your routines, habits, and choices must rise to match your expectations. Consistency is the proof that your expectations are real. Without consistency, higher expectations are only empty wishes. Every small action that aligns with your standards reinforces your belief and strengthens your progress. Over time, consistency turns higher expectations into a new normal. Raising expectations also changes how you see time. When you live with low standards, you waste time on distractions, toxic people, and habits that add no value. Higher expectations force you to value every hour because you know it is shaping your future. You stop waiting for the perfect time and start creating progress in the present. A better life is built by respecting your time and using it with purpose. High expectations make every moment meaningful. A better life comes when you stop accepting excuses. Low expectations make excuses feel valid because they justify staying comfortable. High expectations expose excuses for what they are, barriers to growth. You cannot demand more from yourself while holding on to reasons why it cannot happen. The more you expect from yourself, the less you tolerate excuses. This shift builds discipline, focus, and resilience, which are essential for long-term growth. Believing in higher expectations builds resilience because you will face challenges on the path to growth. Obstacles are not signs to lower your standards, but opportunities to prove your commitment. Every challenge tests your belief in what you deserve. By refusing to settle during difficulties, you show that your standards are stronger than temporary setbacks. Resilience ensures that you keep moving forward, no matter the struggle, until your expectations become reality. Your identity transforms when you raise your expectations. You stop seeing yourself as someone who accepts less and begin seeing yourself as someone who deserves more. Identity is powerful because it shapes behavior. When you believe you are someone with high standards, your actions automatically align with that identity. You no longer act out of habit or weakness, but out of the belief that you are worthy of more. This identity shift makes higher expectations part of who you are, not just what you pursue. Celebrating progress is part of maintaining higher expectations. When you acknowledge growth, you reinforce the belief that your standards are rising. Every small win proves that higher expectations are working. This builds momentum and keeps you focused on the journey. Without celebration, it is easy to forget how far you have come and fall back into old patterns. Recognition of progress ensures that your belief in a better life stays strong. A better life also requires patience. Higher expectations will not bring results overnight. Growth takes time, and impatience can sabotage the journey. Patience allows you to trust the process and stay consistent even when results are not immediate. Believing in higher expectations means committing to the long-term vision and refusing to quit when progress feels slow. Patience combined with persistence guarantees transformation. Higher expectations push you to create a vision of the life you want. Without vision, expectations lose direction. A clear vision guides your standards and ensures that they are aligned with your true desires. Vision gives meaning to your expectations and keeps you focused on the bigger picture. When you know where you are going, higher expectations become the roadmap that takes you there. A better life begins with vision, belief, and standards that support both. The belief in higher expectations also requires self-trust. You must trust that you are capable of handling challenges, learning new skills, and adapting when necessary. Without trust in yourself, expectations feel overwhelming and impossible. Self-trust gives you the confidence to pursue more and the strength to continue when doubt appears. Trusting your worth and your ability is essential to living with higher standards. The truth is that a better life does not come from external circumstances, but from internal transformation. It is not about waiting for opportunities, but about creating them. It is not about hoping for luck, but about building habits that guarantee growth. When you raise your expectations, you take control of your life. You stop waiting and start creating. You stop wishing and start working. You stop settling and start rising. A better life is not an accident, but the direct result of higher expectations. When you finally believe that a better life comes from higher expectations, everything changes. You begin to live with clarity, confidence, and purpose. You stop wasting time on what does not matter and start focusing on what does. You create a life that feels fulfilling, not just busy. You build relationships that inspire growth, not drain energy. You pursue goals that challenge you, not keep you comfortable. You live with standards that reflect your true worth, and in doing so, you create a life you once thought impossible. This is the power of belief in higher expectations. It is not only about thinking bigger, but about living bigger. It is about refusing to settle for less and demanding more from yourself and your life. It is about understanding that a better life is not given but built. When you raise your expectations, you raise your future. When you believe in more, you create more. And when you commit to higher standards, you unlock the life you truly deserve.